portarono inside.
The same way that
You got it?
Yeah, that's great.
Hi.
You have live stream? Yes. Right.
Hello.
All the live stream links with all the
So we have Kiran, Deputy Mayor Andriy from his office. Hello, Andriy.
So hello colleagues, hello.
It's been a long time.
Hey, Peter, can we do this please, ASAP? Can I have all the times and the links of the Zoom calls that we have in for live streamers, for people that will be speaking, we'll be speaking with remotely. I need the name, the time that will come on, and I need the links of the Zoom calls or the Google Meet.
The link is Zoom calls. I share it with you.
No, I don't have it. I think you shared them with Nikita or Valentino. So I need the time, the names of the people, plus the Zoom links.
Hang on a second.
You've got presentation as well.
So Zoom link.
So how many people do we have remotely speaking?
About 20 people.
Remotely speaking on the screen?
Yeah, for the different sessions. Yes. So the first session we have 3.
Yeah, but I need the links to their calls.
So we got 1 link.
They're all going to be in one
link.
Okay, I need the time, and I need the
time is actually
my presentation, right?
All right.
Yes. You'll see like the 6 slides.
So we're gonna follow
6 slides. Okay.
Nikita has
Nikita, can you send him the brochure for all the timelines of everything? And on the brochure, we need the links for each session Zoom calls.
So, all right.
All right.
Can you hear me?
So we have.
Yeah, so hear you well, colleagues. Big pleasure to see you.
So thank you for your acceptance as a speaker for today. So we are actually online and live streaming in 10 minutes.
Yeah, okay.
Actually, that's going to be up to 50 minutes. So we have a welcome speech from Yulia from the central government of Ukraine. And next one is me. I'm going to welcome everyone, including all the speakers, and also the people watching this one from around the world. And I'm going to share with you what's the purpose of this event, something. So today's topic is Web3 based solution technologies meet small cities. And also another big thing is about Ukraine. So there's nothing we can build, as we discussed earlier in your office. In the meantime, we are going to build up some test beds in Western countries, including here in London, Liverpool, US, and about the collaborative models to establishing the small city test bed model, and then which will be replicated in the territory inside of the territory of Ukraine later on. So I'd like to ask Bridget, just hang on a second, okay?
She's going to send me
Can you just open that up with a Zoom link?
Yeah, so
Listen, we need to use the Zoom link and everything. Can you explain him about Zoom, please?
Peter, there is one Zoom link for the 3 sessions.
Only one Zoom link, entire event for today.
Okay.
So the people just get access to the Zoom.
All right. Can you send it to him? Do you have it? Yeah. I don't know his email address. Okay. He needs to have it.
I also just sent it to you, the Zoom link to you. Yes,
on where?
Invite your calendar. Yeah. Can you, Andrei?
So we have basically to start in 7 minutes.
Yeah, I know. So,
I'll put an urgent call to go to.
Andrei?
No, find the Zoom link and give it to me. I don't have it. Maybe my
You know?
brochure on
Okay, so
oh, sorry.
so Birgit, she is a moderator. So what we are going to do.
So can you just introduce again?
Yeah.
This is sorry, I can't point at the screens. Could you just point who is who? Yeah. So
Andre, deputy
Hello.
nice to meet you.
from New York.
Okay. Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And Bob,
About
Dina and Bob.
Dina. Okay. Nice to meet you.
They created a song called Unbreakable. Andre, I shared this song maybe a month ago or something about Unbreakable.
Yeah, unbroken, yeah.
They are the same. They created a song for Ukraine. So yeah.
Okay. So we basically the way it's going to be run. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hear you well, yeah.
The way we run it, and what I've been instructed to run it is that I just say hello, and then everybody presents. I just introduce each person. You can add things. I only have very brief introductions to you, so if you want to add something, you can add that. I think many of us know who you are, but you can always add. And then you present your minutes. How much minutes do you have each?
So each one of them, they have up to 7 minutes.
Up to 7 minutes, yeah. But don't go over time, because we don't want type of discussion. So go up to 7 minutes, and then after that, we have discussion. But I will ask some questions. We have, and then you can answer the questions. I think that first they present, then first they present, and then I ask questions to them, and then we have the audience.
Yeah.
Or alternatively, they present and I ask a question straight back.
Right.
So we do audience, just only audience. That will take a little bit longer time. What do you prefer? You prefer just everybody present?
Maybe you just can go there. So because
Okay.
I'm sorry. So what I'm thinking is, every one of you will speak about up to 7 minutes presentation. Andre, are you going to use your presentation file?
So I may be without presentation, so it's like colleague talks, so 7 minutes will be enough. I can without.
So, no, it doesn't really matter. You can just maybe continue.
Okay.
So it's
Okay,
not gonna hurt.
I think so. Okay. So what did we agree? Did we agree that everybody just presents, and then I ask some quick questions, so you answer very quickly, and then we go to the audience questions, yeah? So basically just present. After that, there's not really any follow-up questions. After that, I can follow up because everybody has to hear what I have to say. Then I follow up with a very quick question, and you can just answer quickly as well, not too quick, but because we just need the time for audience. So we present, so if we present about half an hour, and then we spend 10 minutes on my questions and 10 minutes on audience questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Before we get going, can we do a quick playback check? We're going to be playing some videos with music, so I just want to make sure it works. Coming to you.
Okay.
It'll take a sec. Just want to make sure you get it clean down there.
Yeah.
You getting that?
Yeah, I can hear.
Amazing.
I can hear it from the computer, but it's not on the screens. So
Nobody's on the screen yet, right?
exactly. Yeah. I think we should not put it on the screens right now. I think we should wait a little bit. Okay.
Oh no, that's fine. I'm sure the whole thing's going to be on the screen though. We'll be on the screen up front, correct?
That's the idea.
All right, out of here.
I'm the moderator. I can't answer you lots of technical questions. So.
Oh, sorry. You have to keep changing hats.
Thank you for joining from Lviv. You must be used to that. We all think it's very brave. You can take time out to speak at these events, but I'm sure it's very important. So glad to have you here in central London today. Sorry you can't be here physically, but maybe one day soon.
Yeah. Thanks for invitation. So for us, it's big honor to be together.
I got family in Kharkiv and in Kiev, so so I think everybody is integrated with Ukraine, so in each different ways. So.
Birgit, what exactly would you like me to do? I mean, I know I haven't been able to catch up.
You will give you a 5 to 7 minutes talk, like everybody else.
Fine.
Everybody gives a talk, 5 to 7 minutes. Then I ask some quick questions to get stimulate debate. Everybody has an answer to that, and not too long because we have lots of questions from the audience. Yeah.
Yeah, got it.
No, I wanted to say Peter wanted us to stay focused just on the song and the meaning of the song, and the meaning of the initiative. So that's what question. I mean, so probably the question closer to.
Yeah, that's fine.
So just for recap, we have a video clip from the government from Ukraine. That's going to take about 4 minutes. And then I'm going to just welcome everyone to the little presentation of World Smart Cities Forum. And then Andre, right?
But there's a video call. That's in this session here, yeah? You said you're opening, yeah?
I'm opening, yeah.
You're opening, and then you want me to introduce the people? Or
Yeah, I'm going to introduce you anyway. So.
Yeah, and you want to introduce a video call, or shall I introduce a video call? Yes, you do it, yes, I do it. It's part of the session. Shall I introduce it, or do you want to introduce it?
So introductions from you.
Okay,
of course.
Okay,
yeah. But I will open up anyway in the beginning, and we're showing the video clips for the first time.
Yeah.
And then I'll be standing up and speak, and then I will introduce you and everyone. Then you can introduce Andre.
Yes.
Andre is next, and Kiran is next.
So you have Julia, then you have
me.
Then you have you.
So you don't have to worry about.
Sorry.
Here, you don't have to worry about the first two, okay? Because I'm going to introduce you after my speech.
Okay, so you do this here, and then I come in here.
Yeah, you come in here.
Oh, I didn't realize. I didn't realize.
And then you can, introduce Andre and Dean, Professor Kiran, and lastly Dina.
Yeah.
So each one of you have maximum up to 7 minutes.
Yeah.
And then, but 7 minutes is a rough thing, so you can just do it a little bit longer. Doesn't really matter. So everything is under control by Professor Anderson. And she's gonna actually give you some specific questions.
And what time did we finish this?
We are actually finishing up right now. We probably before 1. Before 2.
Yeah, 13:50. So we can. Okay, so we can start now.
Can you?
You're on the screen now, just so you know. You're showing on the big screens. Yeah.
So can you guys turn on your camera, please? How are you? So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll just jump in 2 minutes, okay? Please stand by. And I allow the screen share, so if you would like to do it, I mean, I'll just on the cue by Professor Anderson, then you can just share the screen.
Your materials on
the screen together.
All right.
All right.
Everyone's cool?
Everyone's cool?
Yeah?
Yeah?
Cool?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. We gotta just get started in 2 minutes.
2 minutes. So
sorry for
the delay a little bit.
Hang on. Materials. Okay. Just physically be in here, right? Yeah. Yeah. From like Sam Brown uses it. You can also get this. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just came from New York.
It's
kind of complicated. Yeah, it's kind of still time Zalak right now. I hope thank you very much for everyone's coming to level 39. How many people are first time visiting level 39? So you'll enjoy it.
We have
8 hours in a row. We have beers
coming in, and
you know, the wine coming in
after the other sessions
6:30. So you can networking everyone all together. So let's get started. Welcome to Web3 Tech Forum London. My name is Joan Peterson. I'm president of World Smart Cities Forum, organizing this event for the first time after the pandemic. So I'd like to introduce a welcome speech from Ukraine, from the government. If you're ready, can you?
Hi everybody. Greetings to all of you from the Ministry of Digital Transformation and the whole tech community of Ukraine. I appreciate you having me at this Web3 Tech Forum London. Today, the whole world is talking about Ukrainian people, their bravery and resilience to stand for a peaceful future. As long as Ukraine heroically values of democracy and humanity, the economy must continue to grow. The tech sector is a powerful driver of the economic recovery. Today, IT is one of the few industries that continue to operate, remains financially stable, provides regular foreign exchange earnings to Ukraine's economy, and pay taxes in advance. We call Ukrainian IT companies and specialists our heroes of the economic front. Also, I greatly appreciate the business community's interest and willingness to contribute to the long-term rebuild of Ukraine. Now, the strategic cooperation with Ukraine and long-term support are crucial. Ukraine is one of the most technologically advanced countries in Europe. We have the world's first digital passport that legally corresponds to paper docs, the fastest business registration, and DSCT, a special legal framework for the IT industry with tax incentiveness. Digital economy is utterly important to us. I am sure that Ukraine will become the largest European IT hub. We have everything for this: talented developers, a favorable startup ecosystem, and the best tax conditions. However, nowadays we are taking each step in order to keep the country in the face of the Russian invasion. Now we are boosting the growth of Ukrainian industry and working on creation of legal space for Ukrainian and international crypto companies to officially run their businesses in Ukraine. We support startups and the technological sector in many ways. We have to develop one area residence project for IT specialists around the world and implement the world's best practices of fund funds. Our goal is the development of the private equity and venture capital industry in Ukraine. By keeping the economy going now and investing now in the country's future and supporting our startups, we can re-establish Ukraine's prosperity and competitiveness. Therefore, investing in Ukraine is investing in the future of the democratic world. From this point of view, such kinds of events are extremely important. Today, I really hope that this will lay the foundation for cooperation with key state institutions in Ukraine and Great Britain, key experts and the community who contribute to Ukrainian digitization. Within the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine, we are open to proposals from the technological and Web3 community from Great Britain and are ready to discuss and participate in discussions regarding the transformation of Ukrainian cities into the concept of smart cities. Standing Ukraine, bring light to the darkness. We look forward to welcoming you to Ukraine after the war is over. Invest in Ukraine, invest in peace, start your own business in Ukraine. Slava Ukraine.
Thank you very much. And this was Julia Pagomenko, who is the Director of the Digital Economy Directorate at the Ministry of Digital Transformation of Ukraine, and we're very pleased that she was able to kind of attend with a video call if she can't be here in person. So my name is Birgitte Andersen, and I'm the CEO of Big Innovation Center, a leading think tank and innovation communication consultancy. We are the Secretariat for the All-Party Parliamentary Groups on Blockchain and Artificial Intelligence, and we have also hosted Smart Cities events with the World Smart City
in the House of Lords.
And it's very pleasure for me to be here today and also be moderating this opening panel. Who's participating in the panel? First of all, we have Peter John Metz here, who's the president of the World Smart Cities Forum.
Thank you for organizing and
being here today. In physical form, we are a proper smart city forum because we are people on videos and Zoom and physically. But also we have a very important person here as well today.
The first deputy
mayor
of economic development
and the Little City Council from Ukraine, Andrea Moskalenko.
And thank you so much for being
here in person. We know the important time you have, so it's important to take time out to be here today.
And we have
Professor Kian Fernandez, who's Associate Dean of Durham University, who's also here online.
And
we have, last but not least, we have Dina Venay from Avalona and her colleague,
Bob, but I don't know your last name.
And they are from New York. She's the director of the
award-winning
recording artist, songwriter, producer, and activist in the US.
So we get some culture put in here.
Of course,
before they give their short presentations and we have the discussion. I just want to highlight a little bit about smart cities. We are really talking about the smart infrastructure and interconnected infrastructure. That could be based upon data interconnection, transport interconnection, people's interconnection, health interconnected health, indeed national security that's interconnected, and we could simply go on. And of course, the culture being interconnected. So everything is being interconnected. So of course, what was very interesting to me in the minister's presentation was really to know about, we come to that discussion later, whether Ukraine might have the digital data infrastructure sufficient enough to kind of feed the smart cities automation and feed the smart cities interconnected everything. And also, she did mention venture capital is funding the biggest hurdle to succeed for a smart city, or is that the situation right now in the state of Ukraine? But these are some of the important questions. But I think I'll now go on to the first presentation by Peter Chun.
Thank you, Brigitte, for the amazing introduction for everyone, for the speakers for today. So again, my name is Jaewon Peter Chun. I'm actually president of World Smart Cities Forum. Let me introduce what we do. What I'm actually bringing up small cities, Web3, and also the Ukraine at the same time here in London. So, all right. So the title is Small City Recovery Plan for Ukraine. That's the thing. If you just trying to understand what I do these days, I'm been actually working on smart city in the market and industry for the last almost 12 years by now. I was designing the master plan for many different countries, including here in Ukraine. And as you can see here in level 39, used to be a kind of form of cognitivity. So cognitivity means city based on the cognitive science, which is intelligent city or AI city. So we built that programs back in 2015-16 for a couple of years. And this is the home of the very successful startups leveraging the smart city challenging programs throughout level 39 platform. So it has been a home for more than 500 startups by now. So you quite famously with a fintech, AI, and also cognicity, small city in Canary Wharf. So you can see a lot of fancy buildings around this town, but also you can see something of somewhere embedded and quietly mingled with technology and solutions with it. So right now I have a mandate agreement based on a couple of countries, and including Vietnam and Ukraine. I built the $6 billion project, the National Smart City Initiative in South Korea 4 years ago. So I brought the concept into human centricity kind of things, because a lot of people, even the governments and leadership of the central government and municipalities, they sometimes misunderstand the concept of smart cities. Because the most important function of the smart cities, or the city that should be redeveloped, you should focus on people, their activities, and how they can, they attract more people into the city, how they can develop city based on the sustainability or resilience. So this is something I'm really focusing on right now. Regarding Ukraine, I see that the deputy mayor of Lviv, he's here with us, and we signed a contract back in 2019 to redevelop the Lviv region. You probably watched CNN, BBC, the starting point of the Russians' attack in Ukraine. Lviv sounds like kind of a very quiet city, comparing to other cities in Ukraine. But just to tell you a little bit about my background, my history of my family. My grandfather died during Korean War back in 1950. So first day of the war, my grandfather was fighting against North Korean soldiers, and he just disappeared. So he's in the National Cemetery in South Korea. So the thing is, whole my family, they escaped from Seoul, and it took them about a month just by walking all the way down to
Busan. So Busan is the city that I designed the National Smart City project in South Korea 4 years ago. It's kind of ironic though. The thing is that reminds me between Kiev and Lviv, because almost same distance between two major cities. And Busan now is one of the biggest cities in Asia, with a population of more than 7 million people. It's one of the top 3 harbor in terms of logistics in Asia. So I think that there might be a lot of opportunities for Lviv can be the number 2, possibly number 1 economic cities in Ukraine. And in the meantime, I see that a lot of possibilities working together with Lviv's city council to design the first test bed for Ukraine for the future. So I'm sorry, it just took a long time, but there are 3 things I do. So as I said, we are delivering master plan. So it's a very concrete master plan, something really adaptable for the city. You cannot produce a small city. You cannot export a small city. You cannot import small cities because all the conditions are different, just like a fingerprints of you have, right? So the city in London, here in the Canary Wharf, cannot be the same as a Brooklyn in New York. And Liverpool City cannot be the same as Manchester, right? So every city has their own distinct model because of the history is different, education level is different, and also the income level is different, and also their own cultures is way, way different from others, right? You don't believe that Manchester United can be really getting along with the Liverpool FC, right? So the same thing. I mean, that's not going to happen. I mean, so you have to respect their own uniqueness based on the history and culture. And the second thing we just do is we are providing the very unique innovation ecosystem because we are trying to build up the engine for the new generation, new innovative ideas. Then we bring some kind of young entrepreneurs and companies, SMEs, they can come to the city. They can probably maybe lay some groundwork for the future of the economy of the cities. Thirdly, we are also help the central government, the municipalities, and to build up affordable the investment and to kicking off their own SPV, the special purpose vehicles or SPC, to kick off their initiatives. And as I said earlier, human centricity is the key. There are some kind of bundles and data-driven economy, environmental friendly ecosystem. Personally, I'm actually working together with the UN initiatives, which is called SDGs and also ESG. I live in New York currently. So we have a lot of initiatives together with the UN entities. And technology is of course very important, but you can also embrace low tech, mid tech, high tech. Because smart city doesn't mean anything about only IT, only disruptive technologies. You can embrace all different angles of technology solutions into the city. And culture content is very important. That's why I invited Dina from New York. She and Bob, they actually created a song for Ukraine and also the world peace building. So you can actually hear from her later on. There might be a lot of different agenda, the pillars to talk about the small cities, but this is one of the examples. These 6 things actually I'm putting as priorities for Ukraine small cities or recovery plan for Ukraine for the next 3 to 5 years. So digital smart city, safe living, smart mobility, smart water, energy efficiency, smart education, all of them are really fundamental things that we can touch. But one of the topics for today is Web3, right? So Web3 is connected with different kind of platform. So Web3 can be, sometimes skeptical. Even Elon Musk is saying Web3 is not really real, right? But what we're trying to do is we're trying to make Web3 can be real based on the city plan. So the Ukraine case is one of the great model because we can build everything. I think that Ukraine can lead whole new ecosystem of technology solutions with a smart city. I don't want to call it smart city anymore because that would be really difficult to explain it. And it's also considered as a general noun these days. I'm going to thinking about adopting the specific model of the city for the next 5 years. So Ukraine is one of them. And we are starting from Lviv, the entire Ukrainian smart city thing. I'm gonna skip this part that I just already explained. And this is me. We have a lot of advisors, and also the Paul is right here. So we have more than 50 advisors, catalysts, and also the ambassador to representing World Smart Cities Forum. World Smart Cities Forum is kind of brand recognition things, and under the Smart City X and based in here in London, in UK. We are trying to build up some initiatives and also the campaign around the world to redesign smart city or redesign the kind of concept of the leadership of the kind of the leaders of the cities or central government. And as you can see, after this session, you can maybe just tour a little bit about Level 39. So I joined the Level 39 as a kind of accelerating programs the beginning of since 2014. So I'm actually recognized the whole history of Level 39. And so we are trying to build kind of the scalable level in many different cities with the smart city projects. And so this is a vision for Ukraine. We are, it actually hasn't been confirmed yet because I'm going to confirm it with the city council and also the government. But the vision is very simple thing. We are trying to build kind of the balancing ecosystem with the solutions, ideas, and people, and also of course, environment is the key. And some of the core values can be possibly changed, but this is actually the thing. As I said, there's nothing you can build in Ukraine at the moment because of wartime. I personally visited Lviv 2 months ago during wartime. And I just witnessed everything, like sirens going on, and a lot of refugees. I personally interviewed some of the people who lost their family, entire family. So I was really emotional, and I was really, really sad. So what we are trying to do is, we are designating some of the cities in the UK and EU and the US. I'm thinking about around 15 cities, including here in London and Liverpool, and also in New York and Miami. Some of them, they are working together with the cities in Ukraine. I'm thinking about 7 different cities: Kiev, Lviv, Odessa, Kharkiv, Dnipro, and some other 2 other cities in Ukraine. They can just working on the small city or future city for the next wartime of Ukraine for the next 3 years. So we are trying to inviting some of concept of digital twin in it. You can see also a lot of different kind of software and hardware things in it. And Smart City Tech Sandbox is the key. We are running the kind of core programs for the young startups and SMEs. We are actually seeing that about $2 billion kind of projects in 2 different cities, and one is Hanoi, but we are actually talking about Lviv and Kiev for the future, maybe more than $5 billion. So we are in charge of helping the city, for example, Lviv, to raise the funds from outside of Ukraine. I'm going to talk about after session, maybe session 3, on this about Tech Sandbox thing. And I'm gonna skip this part. And as a hub for the small city for Ukraine testbed right here in London. So this is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. You heard it first here. So now we are swiftly moving on to the Deputy Mayor of Economic Development at Lviv, Smart City, but City Council. And this is Andrei Moselenko. So the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Inviting some of concept of digital twin in it. You can see a lot of different kind of software and hardware things in it. And Smart City Tech Sandbox is the key. It's here? Okay.
Yeah, fantastic.
Okay, continue.
Okay. Colleagues, one more time. So thanks for the beginning for invitation. For me personally, for our city, you know that truly speaking, so it's really quite a tough time for our country. And today, our Ukrainian heroes fight for not only for our independence, but also for the whole world, because we fight for really democracy values. And so unfortunately, we pay so huge cost of it. And so it's from one side, from another side, so it's really heroic example in today's world. And so we do thanks. I want to thanks from my city, from my country, for all support which we really have from people all over the world, and especially for you, because you provided this event, and to make attention again to our country, what's really quite important for today in order to be known what really happened in our country. I am first deputy mayor, and so represent Lviv. Lviv is the biggest hub today in Ukraine, and not only in Ukraine, of unfortunately IDPs, because more than 5 million Ukrainians moved through our city since 21st of February. One more time, so in our city we have for invitation. For me personally, for our city, you know that truly speaking, if you can mood for our country, and today our Ukrainian heroes fight for not only for. Yeah, thanks. I'll continue. So we today aware that we can have in next few weeks also a lot of new challenges, because we are preparing for autumn winter time, which will be so complicated all over Europe, and also as well in our country. And today we can say that when we talk about smart technologies, why we today really thanks for this invitation, because we know and we're aware that this war which Russia started in our country, so it's war where used a lot of weapons. Unfortunately, they killed a lot of our heroes, but they also used cybersecurity technologies. And so we in our city, we had several months ago, it was the biggest cyber attack to cities which we had in our country. And so they want to destroy, Russians want to destroy our system of management of a city, because it's a city we have comparably peaceful sky, if we talk about for comparison with Kharkiv or Mariupol. But also we have some missile attacks in our city, destroying like infrastructure. So it's mostly about electricity substation. And so we aware that today we have to provide and to build cybersecurity in all cities. And so it's really quite important issue which we have to focus. Also, we today city which had a lot of wounded Ukrainians, so more than thousand Ukrainians who were wounded. So we provide them help, and today we also work on different technologies which can provide like some special prosthetics, so bionics prosthetics, and also like a huge like a field of developing different startups in order to provide like some fast building for IDPs, for like some medical centers, for prosthetics. And so it's really quite important that today we really have a lot of different technologies which we immediately improve in a life. And so it's really quite important because we don't have time. So it's every hour, every day is counted. And so we have to do everything in order to win in this war which Russia started in our country. And one more issue which I also want to focus, that big project which we started, Unbroken, which like it demonstrates big our issue on helping for wounded. We also build huge rehabilitation center and huge rehabilitation technologies. We also use huge data. And so we use especially big data in order to check in how many people come, how many people need some special care. And so we can say that in this last 2 weeks, last months, so we use everything what can be fruitful. And so you know that in order to provide help for our country, for our Ukrainians, And so we can say that a lot of IT companies united in like one team in order to provide that help which can be necessary. And so today we, from one side, to think about like a physical safety, but also cybersecurity safety, and we are ready and open to cooperate with everybody. We again wanna thanks from my city, from me personally, from our mayor Andriy Sadovy, and from the whole big team, which are today our country, because we are not divided for that who live in Lviv, in Kharkiv, in Mariupol. Today we are all Ukrainians, and so we will win in this war because we keep fighting, and so we're really proud of each our Ukrainians, and so we're really proud of everybody who support us. Thanks again.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your contribution. And we look forward to hearing more from you in the discussion. So next on, and moving fast forward, we have Professor Kian Fernandez from Associate Dean at Durham University. So thank you. So you have your 5 to 7 minutes now.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to come and have the opportunity to talk to you all. In fact, I think it's not only a great day to have colleagues from around the world, but I would say it is a great day for the whole of humanity. Because as we all know, on 7th September 2500, Jean-Luc Picard takes over from James T. Kirk as the captain of USS Enterprise. Now, under normal circumstances, I would not have even mentioned this, especially when skeptics ask questions, is this type of space travel possible? And my answer to skeptics is, anything is possible with the right society, with the right people, and with the right attitude. I think this is absolutely fundamental to the notion of what smart cities are. So we have been working for the last few years as a team on trying to define, trying to understand what smart city means. And Peter has in some form illustrated some of them. But at the nub of what a smart city is, it's absolutely crucial to understand that it is a human-centric ecosystem. It's about us. It's about us creating an ecosystem where our physical world and our cyber world is interconnected. And there is a reason for this interconnectivity. It's to bring about a social change. It's about bringing an economic change. It's about bringing a political change. And it's about bringing an environmental change. And really, that's what a smart city is. It's not about how big you are or which part of the world you are in. It's about creating those ecosystems. It's about creating that environment where all can thrive, where all can flourish. And in some form, this concept or this idea of having this human-centric ecosystem can be facilitated, can be helped by technology. Technology which some of us will be talking about in the next day or so around Web3 technologies. But nevertheless, at the heart of this Web3 world or this metaverse is this fundamental notion of creating this individual focused universe which emerging technologies can support. And there are various forms that this particular ecosystem can manifest itself. It could be through platforms. It could be through virtual destination, training tools, channels, classrooms, and the list goes on. It's about bringing these communities together. And the whole idea is you bring individuals, you can immerse them in technology with a clear understanding that not everybody on earth will be accepting of technology. There is a generation of colleagues, a generation of citizens who perhaps will not engage in the same way as some other generation in a way. And it's therefore crucial in a smart city that policymakers understand that there are certain levers a policymaker or policymakers can derive. There's also a role for citizens themselves. There's also a role for universities, and there's also a role for industry. And we call this concept as a social contract, a contract between policymakers, a contract between universities, contract between businesses, and it's a contract between society. It's not a legal contract. It's a social contract for creating value, value for policy making. And some of the examples you heard literally a few minutes ago on how Kiev is trying to work on this agenda. It's value creation for universities. How can we jointly create knowledge? How can we jointly incubate ideas? It's value creation for businesses. What new businesses can be developed? Businesses that have this concept of sustainable equilibrium, sustainable in terms of profit, obviously, sustainable in terms of economy, sustainable in terms of society, sustainable in terms of environment. And finally, citizen, what is the value creation? Why should citizens participate into this whole agenda? And what we argue is all of these four players have certain levers, not just one body. All four have certain levers, and collectively, by working through this social contract, is we create this ecosystem. Now, there are several tools that you will probably hear today and tomorrow from colleagues. And one such tool which we have been working is called Pixie. Pixie is one of the first platforms that's entirely decentralized. It's autonomous, and it has this whole notion of organization. Organization, which I said, is a connection between policy making, university, business, and citizen. It's for bringing social experience on this platform. It's not the answer, but it's just one very small step we have taken where we would like to bring people's ideas together in this blockchain world, and it's called Pixie. So finally, what I would like to talk about is this whole concept of relation between university. I work at a university, and we take great pride, and absolutely this is what something I would argue is fundamental to the notion of co-creation. And that's why we have the team today. We have colleagues from industry, we have colleagues from university, we have policymakers, as well as we have colleagues from business. And it's really by creating this ecosystem, which we call the quadruple ecosystem, because we have four players in this, is where we can create the levers for upskilling regional labor, for having innovation networks, for solving regional challenges, and also to have an economy which is based on innovation and growth. On which step I'll stop because my time is up and pass the baton back over to you, Birgit.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. And now we are moving on to the kind of the cultural angle of smart cities. So I will hand the floor to Dina and to Bob to give us the cultural experience of a smart city, and then we will move on to questions. So over to you.
So hello, I'm so honored to be here. I'm Dina Finney.
Bob Kinkle.
And before we even speak about anything, I start almost every concert or conference or engagement with a prayer. And it's a prayer that I believe creates a sacred space of connection and intention and towards a common goal. And I think that's why we're all here today. So I want to share this with you. It's called Nakumpenda Malaika, and it means I love you, my angel, in Swahili. So Nakumpenda Malaika, Nakumpenda Malaika, Naha So once again, I am honored. We are honored to be part of this forum. We are honored to be in this collaboration with PETA and World City Smart Forum. We wanted to share a little bit of what we're doing. We about 20 years ago, I started an organization called One Vision Music. And since then, Bob and I, about 10 years ago, launched another company called Power of Music Global. And both of these companies and all of the work we do are dedicated to using music as a force to create positive change in the world, because I have seen firsthand how art can transform lives and communities, and bringing art and culture can really raise up the consciousness of how we move forward in interacting with each other in the world. So one thing that we wanted to share with you today is in 2014, I was personally working with an artist and a producer in the Ukraine named Andriy Jandy Pernikov. And we were working remotely, but Bob and I really connected with this incredible artist and also knew about a lot of what he was going through because he was living in the Ukraine at the time. And we brought him over on a work visa. And so we were able to work with him here, and we were just supporting him because we just believed in what he was doing. And while he was here, he played for me a small a piece that he was working on, and I heard it and I was incredibly moved by it. And I said, will you give me this track? Can we work on this together? I have an idea for a song. And I wrote a song, I began to write a song over it called Unbreakable, about the Russian takeover of Crimea at that time. And that was certainly, it has escalated to an incredible place now. But when we wrote it at the time, I knew a lot about it because I was working with somebody that was going through it at that time. So over the last year, we decided, we had never released it. We decided to finish the song, and we realized the importance of the message of Unbreakable, which is through all this adversity, through all of this destruction, through everything that is happening right now, it is about staying together. It is about staying connected to a fire and a spirit within that will not let us break down and will not let what is going on right now break the spirit, so we can move on and we can rise above it, which is once again what this is about today. So through that, we wanted to create a video, and we were led to a beautiful production team and director that are refugees, Ukrainian refugees that are living in Bulgaria right now, that started a foundation on, if you want to talk about the foundation.
Yeah, so it's Elena Krylov and Alexander Yufa. They're both Ukrainian. Alexander is a film director. He teaches, he has a film school in Ukraine. And they developed a center in Bulgaria called the Center for Socio-Psychological Adaptation Recovery, and it's called Recovery Through Art. So the recoverythroughart.org. And they're just helping mostly children, but other people in the community of refugees from the Ukraine, just to help adapt, learn language, but mostly helping them psychologically through art, filmmaking. And so it's a beautiful thing that they've been doing, and they're just doing it on their own, but it's recoverythroughart.org is their organization if you want to find out more about that. But Alexander has been working with his film crew that is in Ukraine, and he's been traveling back and forth at great personal risk to bring this story forward. And he's doing a documentary on the center and also on the war, and part of it is about a young boy from Mariupol. It's the diaries found. I believe this is in a museum somewhere in Ukraine, and it's just they're assuming he's now dead, but they found this journal and it's kind of reenacted at the beginning of the video. We're just going to show you like the first part of the song because the video is a work in progress, and we're going to be releasing the song in about a month or so with the full video. But we wanted to give you guys kind of a sneak peek of what we've been working on.
And the song, once again, is it starts off with, it shows the destruction, but the whole point of this song and what we're trying, and the message that we're bringing forward is the rebuilding and how we're going to rebuild out of the rubble into a new way of living and interacting and working together. So we're going to just share a little, we're going to share a minute rough cut, but we wanted to share a little bit of what we're working on because of the initiative.
Thank you very much. So, and thank you for everybody's contribution.
What? No, we're going to share this. Sorry. What?
Сегодня 3 апреля, воскресенье.
Today is Sunday, the 3rd of April. I slept well, woke up, smiled, got up, and read till the page 25. I'm 8 years old. My sister is 15. My mom is 38. My grandpa died. I have a wound on my back. The skin ripped. My sister has her head wounded. My mom has an open wound on her arm and a hole in her leg. My both dogs died, and also my grandma, Gal, and my beloved city, Mariupol, since the 24th of February. Time to change the dressings. Mom goes first, I'm second, and my sister is next. By the way, my birthday is coming soon.
Скоро день рождения.
Anyway, we are thrilled to be doing this collaboration with PETA and Smart City Forum, and I am just so thankful that we're all here today on with a common goal.
Thank you. And we are very happy that you are here with us today. So we have been allowed to go over about 10 minutes of our time. So for questions. So I'll just ask one question to each, but then after that, ask everybody else to ask questions, and you can all pick up on the questions at the same time. So my first questions go to the Deputy Mayor Lviv. This is, what are the core values of the future cities in Ukraine? So the core values of your future cities from you, that would be very good to know. To Peter John, I would like to know, you put people at the center, but are people smart enough and ready enough for smart cities? And for Kieran Fernandez, what for you is you talk about the social contract, but what is the most important factor for a smart city to become a success? And finally, for Dina and Bob, do you think that smart cities are making businesses and the people in them more creative? So that was my questions. But before you answer, then let's get some questions from the audience, and then you can answer them all together. So who has a question? The first hand up down there.
To the Deputy Mayor,
Do you mind standing up so we can hear you better, and who you are?
Sorry, my name's Daniel Williams. I left Ukraine on the second day of the war, traveling through the beautiful city of Lviv.
Can you hear that? Can you hear the question?
My question is this.
No, we can't hear.
Deputy Mayor and perhaps the gentleman on stage, you referenced that we couldn't do anything. We couldn't rebuild Ukraine now.
Give him the microphone if you have a microphone. Yeah.
Sure. You referenced that we couldn't do anything in Ukraine right now with the war going on. My question would be to the Deputy Mayor, do you think that's true? I see a lot of Ukrainians here in the UK, and their biggest fear of returning to Ukraine is not bombs in a city like Lviv, it's the economic challenges, the housing challenges, social challenges. I think if we wait till the end of the war, we're missing a huge opportunity to rebuild. As Ukrainians come to the UK, my wife, my daughter being two of them, we're embedding ourselves in the community here.
Yeah.
And I worry that we're missing an opportunity to let people return to their home country if they wish to, or to start developing a climate in which that can happen. If we wait for the end of the war, we don't know when.
Thank you very much. So the question is, does the socioeconomic challenges in Ukraine outweigh actually the horrific things of the war when you're building forward your country? Next question.
Can you use the microphone? Because they can't hear it.
Is the microphone working? Can you turn it on? Question. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. So basically, yeah, we have to get more questions. So basically, the financial system and the crypto economy and DAOs and NFTs, etc., are they actually enabling smart cities? You all know we had a Westminster Hall debate this morning here in Parliament on the future systems on payments, etc. Yeah, do we have any questions for the kind of the cultural aspects of things here, or to the or to some of the other areas, or do you want to hear people to hear further back?
Is there a way to answer some of these? How we remember the question?
The one in the green shirt, yeah. They need a microphone. Yeah, yeah. No, you need a microphone. Introduce yourself.
Do you think that part of the role you get paid to provide a temporary solution for society? Do you think there will be any cultural differences further their responsibility to help people acclimatize to a war,
Yeah. So I think we should now ask, because I can see that we need to move on to the next session here. So can we have the answers for who want to go first? Do you want to go? Who do you want to go first? Or say, cultural contribution. Do you want to go first to answer to your questions?
Sure.
Sure.
What I would say,
and this is also your final round, basically.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. What I was going to say is, yes, this is the smart cities, and what we're doing is obviously creating more creativity, because we're creating new ways of thinking, and we're breaking the mold, and that's what we have to do. We need to find new ways of thinking, of creating, interacting in order to make changes, and that's what we're doing. And I believe with Web3 and the blockchain, it's giving us so much more of ways of interacting globally with each other, and authentication in what we do, whether it's contract or art. So I believe what we are doing, it's all creative, and creativity doesn't have to be art and music. It's in the way we think and interact.
Thank you. That's very good. Yeah, and I'm sure we all can agree with that in here. Also, then Kieran Fernandez.
Yeah. So I'd say the biggest challenge, you asked me, what is the biggest challenge? So one of the biggest, in my view, the biggest challenge is a concept called democratization of innovation. So what has happened is innovation is currently heavily skewed. So companies drive R&D, and that is generally designed and geared to have a market penetration that's generally focused on high income markets. So what happens as a result of this, there's a systematic way on where low economic countries and low economic companies, low tech companies are systematically excluded. So the biggest challenge in any smart project and a smart city project is this notion of democratizing the concept of innovation. So that's my biggest thing. And briefly on the second question on the finance thing, where somebody asked there was, does it help? Is technology an enabler? Think about smart city as an onion with many layers. And one of those layers is technology. It's an important layer, but it is by no means the only layer. But so in brief, I can go in detail about this onion model, but nevertheless, the analogy here is, yes, it's an enabler, but it's not the answer.
Thank you so much. And very finally, I'll invite Peter Turner up here to close the session as well, and give you answers to your question. Thank you so much, and thank you for everybody here.
Thank you. Just give you a round of applause to Bridget to taking a lead of the panel discussion. So thank you very much, Kieran. I look forward to seeing you in Durham. Last time I lost the train because they had a the strike. Yeah. So I couldn't go there. So maybe next time. And Dina, Bob, thank you very much in New York. I hope to see you again next week in New York. Thank you very much for your contribution. And I really thank you for everyone to taking the opening session. We just right away, we have another panels, speakers for the round, the first sessions with more in details about the specific agenda, whether smart cities and Web3. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you all.
So
So I'm Nikita Sokolov, or Nick. I was born in Ukraine. I was raised there, but currently I live in London. I'm a partner at fintech consultancy. We help payment institutions, we help crypto companies to deal with their problems. And today I want to talk about how, about collaboration between nations, and specifically about Web3 technology. So can you please, next slide. So if you click view and full screen, please. View and full screen. Full screen mode. This one. Guys. Yes, perfect. Thank you. So I believe that the world is a big decentralized autonomous organization, or DAO. So for me, I mean, there are many people in this world who are striving to do better thing for this world, to change it for better. And it's a decentralized autonomous organization because technically there is no single government that controls the world, and people who contribute, they are distributed around the globe, and anybody can join. And I believe maybe I'm a little bit naive, but I believe that impact of each individual matters. If we want to make this world better place, we can do it, and we are doing it today, now, right now. Can you please turn? So let me explain you what is different right now than it was 20 years ago. So everybody knows about Red Cross, everybody to different organizations, and everybody either maybe to donate to some kind of charity. These days, it's a bit different. So if you try to donate to the UK government, you need to fill in the form, you need to provide acknowledgement that you agree that this donation is not refundable, you need to do different things. And I just opened this form and I was like, okay, I'm never donating to the UK government. Same thing for Red Cross. I mean, Red Cross is a great organization, but it's centralized. It's not that transparent. And, it doesn't attract me personally because maybe it's younger and it doesn't attract me. And it doesn't have anything about collaboration. You donate and you forget about it. And I'm from the payments industry. If you want to set up a charity or you want to donate, you need to make card transactions or maybe. And then if you want to send money to Nigeria, you will get a call from and then some customers from Barclays will call you and block your account because you send money to some weird countries. Maybe you want to send money to Djibouti to support somebody, but it's hard because SWIFT transactions are hard. They don't have faster payments. So that's what we had before. But let's switch to the next slide. So using an example of Ukraine, I'm going to explain you what we have right now. So donations. You can donate money to the Ukrainian government. You can donate cryptocurrency to the Ukrainian government. They support more than 5 blockchains. You can donate NFTs to Ukrainian government. So you can donate pieces of art to the government and they can sell it to get money. And there are different organizations, charity funds, decentralized organizations that are collecting money. And so far, Ukrainian organizations collected more than 100 million in crypto. So it's a lot, and it was on the 8th of April. And I know that today it's maybe around 200 million. So you can donate. It's really good if you donate with crypto. You don't have to pay $30 for a SWIFT transaction. You don't have acquiring fees. Yeah, there are some problems. Of course, I know crypto is not user-friendly, but you can do it. There is also Ukrainian DAO. It's also raised like 10 million so far, but it's more than just an organization that collects money. It has a Discord channel, and in this Discord channel, you can participate and collaborate with people from all over the world and do something. For example, there is like a dedicated thing to work on war crime evidence. So people gather together and they work on these, they structure this evidence, and they collaborate.
there are no boundaries today, and there is block. This organization posts everything. Everything is transparent. You can see the founder, and she gives speeches everywhere. And it's different from Red Cross. I want to really participate in Ukraine DAO because it attracts me. I can be involved. I can speak with real people, not just faceless people from Red Cross. Nothing against Red Cross, just an example. So, and raising funds through NFTs, right? I mean, yeah, you can donate NFT to the Ukrainian government, and somebody donated a CryptoPunk, like an NFT, like a pixel art worth $200,000. And blockchain is transparent. And yesterday I checked Ukrainian government's wallets, just blockchain wallets, to understand what kind of exchange the government uses and what they do with the CryptoPunk. I'm not showing this because of the time, but you can do it yourself. If you want, you just go to the blockchain, any blockchain explorer, and just use some intelligence tool, blockchain monitoring tools, and you can understand if they send money to some, I don't know, to some mixers or some kind of, like, I don't know if you know what, Tornado Cash or anything, you will see. So this is transparent. I know the exact exchange they're using to convert Ethereum to Hryvnia. And as more about NFTs, any artist can, mint an NFT like easily to support Ukraine. I know many artists personally, and they sold their art in Paris at different exhibitions physically to raise like 2,000 euros for one painting, and then they donated this money. But now I see that the volume of their sales is much higher for NFTs, and they say NFTs dedicated to the Ukrainian topic and raise much more money than selling physical art. There are different initiatives by raising money for Ukraine through NFTs. Like there is a Meta History Museum of War. There are many different things. You can Google them online, and then you can get some kind of piece of history. You don't just donate and click on, I don't know, if you use Revolut, you can just click donate to Ukraine. No, you have something that you can check like 50 years later, as long as decentralized IPFS works, as long as blockchain works, you can check it like 50 years from now on, and then just, think about these times and think that you supported Ukraine and you helped it. So that's how the world changed with Web3 technology. Can you just use next slide? So just to illustrate the point, I created all these pictures that I use for these presentations are NFTs. And you can, if you use this QR code, I don't encourage you, but if you use this QR code, you can buy it. That's how easy it is, right? And then if you buy it, I can donate it to any decentralized charity fund. So that's how it works. Is that easy? If you have audience, if you have followers, you can do it. You can sell some piece of history and use this money to donate and support Ukraine. Thank you.
You've got to beat that, Paul. So more emotion.
More emotion for me.
More emotion than that.
Never a good thing for me to be more emotional than I already am. Get the Kleenex out. Are we getting the slides on?
Okay, I'll be new. Let me know. You just tell me what. I think it's the wrong one.
I'm waiting for the slides. Is it one of you? Do you want to go next? Do you go next? Do you want to go next? It's Web3. Yeah. So, I might as well get the introductions. I'm Paul Sheedy, CEO of Unified. We're actually the only prop tech company up here in level 39. I've been here for too long. I should have done an exit years ago, but I'm still hanging around like an old sock. We're actually a company that I have to be honest, I'm probably going against a lot of the grain here because I actually deal face to face with the people who really do run buildings. 1 second. We go back? Can we go back a bit or not? Right. So everything we do is about building intelligence. Now, as you can see here, this is the Canary Wharf. Like you're lying in the Gobi Desert, looking at the stars. There's so many lights on all night long, and we are wasting so much damn power. It is unbelievable. I was on the PM program last week. I blew a fuse about how stupid we are in the UK, how we are not doing common sense things to lower the energy consumption. Now, Canary Wharf is no different to every other city I've visited around the world. I've been with Peter in South Korea, elsewhere. We are looking at how you manage your buildings better, and everything about managing a building better is about measurements. So what we do as a company, we put in sensors, we put in our own technology to enable you to know what's happening in the building. Buildings are always a core part of a city. If you can manage them better, you can then use that data to run everything else off the back of that. So we just jump on the slide. Oh, yeah. So look, I know China. I'm the biggest fan of China you're ever going to meet. I've been going there for 22 years. I love the country. It's the biggest emitter. But actually, when you look at the USA, when you look at the Middle East, their emissions per head are absolutely astronomical. You look at in Africa is 0.7 of a ton per person. We have got to change the way we're working. And quite frankly, in many ways, this absolute economic disaster, which is energy right now, is probably the best thing for the world. Because if we don't all wake the hell up quickly and change quickly, there is no future. I mean, just look out there. What a damn us human beings have made this world. A mess. It's concrete, steel, glass. There's nothing natural about us any longer. We have forgotten where we came from, and everything we do is consuming energy and wasted. And you know what? We're going to have to start talking about population change much quicker, because there's not one of you here would have disagreed with would agreed with China bringing in one-child policy in 1980. But that China now has 5 million people in poverty. I look at some of these other countries. I look at what's happening in Pakistan right now. 380% increase in population in 50 years, and no sign of it stopping. We have to talk about the fact there's too many humans in the world. And the more humans there are, the more energy we're using, the more completely unnatural a world we're going to live in. So what we focus on as a company is how we get this 30% of energy that we know is wasted today in buildings eliminated. And we do it very, very simply. What we see clearly is that buildings have massive amounts of occupancy there all the time. Hardly a single building out there is a smart building. So what we try and do is put the brain in to change how you run a building. And this whole COVID situation, the post-COVID situation with working from home, this is real one of my clients. And on a Friday, he has got more facilities management staff in his building of 570 desks than he does employees. And it hasn't changed. Air conditioning on every floor, lighting on every floor. It's mental. And we can't get through to come wake the hell up and start working out what they're doing properly. And without data, you can do nothing. So our whole focus is really on net zero, how we deliver the data for you to make the changes. And we work in partnership, as Peter knows, with many companies on LED lighting, digital twins, you name it. So what we're trying to do is take all this data and bring in our partnerships, get people to really take this seriously. Now, I am not going to solve all the world's problems, although if we go for a drink later on, I'll try a good hack at it, okay? But what we're focused on is really these core areas, and really we are specializing like no other company in this. And where I have a bit of an issue with Web3 and where we're going on this discussion today is actually, I am on the cold face and I'm dealing with old men, some gray-haired, I hope I haven't insulted anyone here today, who are not jumping on the latest bandwagon. They see Web3 connected in with crypto, connected with blockchain, and go, oh, no. Until, I'm sorry to say it, until Web3 and until crypto and until all this actually cleans up its act, not much is going to happen. You know, the value of crypto last year was 3 trillion. This year is 1 trillion. You know, what is 87 billion lost in crypto wallets? You know, clean up the act, get it right, and then maybe this will get taken seriously much, much quicker. But it's a case of the sector has to change much quicker. So what we do as a company, I'm going to move on that. We help in security, in target net zero, and also safety of buildings. So we deliver solutions. For example, this building here, I hate to have to tell you, but nobody knows you're in this building right now. 22 Bishopsgate, 13,000 people, 2 evacuation stairways on a building that's 64 stories tall. High-rise buildings cannot evacuate. Don't fool yourself. We bring in technology to enable the fire brigade in Seoul, in Korea, in Singapore, to know when an emergency happens, how is that building evacuating, where they should be going, and what they should do. And this is where we bring in AI. So AI is a core where we're going forward. How we work is we put in our sensors, we enable detections, we deliver reporting tools, and then give it the active solutions. This, as I said before, is madness. These never happened pre-COVID. Your plateau, as we call it, was the same 5 days a week. Now it is chaos, and nobody is changing the way they run buildings. We put in sensors on the environment. We look at how the CO2, the temperature is affected all the time, and we monitor and change the way you run your building. The same with even facilities management. Why are you cleaning a toilet every 2 hours? On a Thursday, fine, but on Monday, when only 10% of your staff are in, you're still doing the same bloody thing. No one is thinking, and no one is using data. So I'm going to take you really rapidly through AI. Am I nearly done? We looked at AI and what AI techs we're going to use to work on predictive analysis of who was going to be in next Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So what we did, we took in all the data, we sequenced it, we took in all of the secondary factors on weather, on tube strikes, you name it, pushed that all into a system. Long story short, after doing a lot of work and working out what was the best AI technique, we sat down and realized that actually on many of them, when things don't go as normal, they go off, they actually give you worse data than you could even guess at. So what we ended up working on was that the recurrent neural networks was the one to give us the highest accuracy. And now we can predict for any building out there, any building, that we will be right within 6% in a very short space of time. Longer time, we can get down about 2.5% of exactly what your occupancy is going to be tomorrow, the day after. And based on the weather conditions and everything else, how you should set your building up to run. So I think that is really, I'm going to skip through these. That's really what we're doing. This is the savings we could make Canary Wharf Group today if they put our systems in. That's paying for the full system. In year one, we pay for the system in 141 days. Year two, if we get up to 20%, the whole system is paid for in 5 days flat. So that's the impact. There are clients. Get in touch. Thank you.
Can I have my slides, please? It's the Pixie one.
Oh, 2 grades. We were insulted, but...
Hello, everyone. My name is, Hi, my name is Alexandra Wang, and I'm the founder and CEO of Minerva Staking and Vulcan Intelligence. So me and my team help traditional investors to navigate the Web3, crypto, and blockchain world. And one of the biggest questions I get asked often is how to tell if a token project is a Ponzi scheme or not. But here today, I'm invited to talk about smart cities. And to me, it is a rather broad concept. Paul and Nick and the speakers from the previous panel have covered a lot of subjects like infrastructure and the carbon emission. But here today, I want to discuss something that is even closer to people's daily activity, and that is social network platform. So I want to use the case of Pixie, which Professor Kieran Fernandez also mentioned in his speech in the previous panel. So Pixie is a blockchain-based photo and video sharing social network platform. In other words, it is the Web3 equivalent of Instagram and TikTok. So because the utilization of blockchain, products like Pixie are able to bring features and highlights that existing Web2 social platforms are not able to. And I want to cover 3 highlighted features in my presentation. Next, please. Next one. Sorry, could you move to the creator economy page? Yeah, it's the previous one. Thank you. We all know what is the most valuable assets on a social network platform, and that is users' data. So when you're using Facebook and Instagram, as a user, you don't have the final ownership of your data and the recording of your social activities. The platforms behind it, they are the ones who can actually monetize on those resources. However, blockchain and Web3 applications sometimes enables users to become the owner of their own data and allows users to benefit own activities, and Pixie is one of the examples. When you become a user on platforms like Pixie, you can very much like using Instagram and TikTok. You share posts, you comment, you like, and you message your friends. However, on Pixie, when you do those things, you can actually be rewarded with a native token, which is worth a certain value. Therefore, users are further incentivized to be more engaged with the community and to bring more positive influence to the community. And this creator economy, in my opinion, is the most revolutionary element of this whole game. Next, please. The second advantage of applications like Pixie is that it connects the Web 2 world with the Web 3 world. We all use words like blockchain, NFT, Web 3, and I'm sure most of you here today know what those words mean. However, if you walk out level 39 and just shout out the words on the street, how many people can actually understand the concept and how to use MetaMask? How many people in London knows about that? But if you are a Pixie user and you don't understand crypto, fear none. You can log into the app like with Instagram, use your phone number or email address, and then you can socialize with your contacts on the platform as normal. But if you are already a crypto person, then that's even better. You can connect the application with your MetaMask wallet. And because the Pixie chain is Ethereum and Ethereum compatible, all the NFTs is stored in your MetaMask. If it's on Ethereum and Polygon chain, they can be directly displayed on the Pixie platform. And when you share those NFTs as a post, you get more and higher rewards. So this feature, I believe, breaks down the barrier between the crypto niche community and the outside world, which is a much larger and much more influenced user base. And as a players in our industry, I believe we need to find more ways and build more product to attract those people instead just close the door and play the small game among ourselves. Next, please. Yeah, and we just NFT topic to expand on that. Pixie also has a feature called Genesis camera. Next, please. So when you become a user and start using Pixie, you will be asked to acquire a camera. How it works as an energy booster in the game. If you want your character to last longer, you buy equipment, right? And on Pixie, if you want to share more posts and earn more rewards with each activity, then you equip yourself with cameras. And these cameras on their own are NFT collectibles, so they come with a value already. On top of that, they have a strong utility case. Could you please move to the sustainable part? There is a page on sustainability, page 20. Okay. I'll carry on. From what I just said, I hope I explained why Pixie as a product is better than the social network platforms we're using already, like Instagram and TikTok. How the Web3 elements enrich applications. From there, I want to answer the question I mentioned in the beginning of the speech. How do you identify if a project is a Ponzi scheme or not? To me, to consider a project as a Ponzi, it needs to tick two boxes. First, the product has little or no utility underlying value. And second, the business model is intrinsically unsustainable and it cannot grow organically. As we showed, Pixie has a strong user case. It was launched 8 months ago, and today it has more than 200K registered users, and the daily active user number is 20K. And this is before they do the Web3 market push. So all the numbers have accumulated organically. And second, why Pixie builds a sustainable business model? A lot of people say projects like this, the founding team, the people behind it, they benefit from token sale. But for token project to be really long-lasting, token sale can only become a small part of its whole revenue stream. And ultimately, Pixie is a social network platform. So when you remove all the blockchain elements, it still stands as a product. It still can make money, just like Instagram and TikTok. And how? The answer is advertisement. So when Sheryl Sandberg became the CEO of Facebook, she realized that for Facebook, advertisement is where the big money is. And this is still true today. And this is true for Pixie. They have already attracted advertisers and influencers from Europe, from North America, from Southeast Asia to promote their own products on this platform. And it has demonstrated that they have, products like Pixie, they are exhibiting strong business values apart from the token. And on that note, I believe my time is up. Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I'm Jacobine de Zwaan. I'm from the Netherlands. I work as a senior advisor, climate neutral and smart cities at the Netherlands Enterprise Agency. We're an executive agency, and we're working for the government. And I'm working for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of the Interior and Kingdom Relations. And today I'm going to share with you a little bit about my work, which is about creating and building bridges. So between governments, between national and international stakeholders and different areas. And here's the second slide already, which is about beyond imagination. And I'm going to talk today about cities. And cities are not only the heart of the digital and green transition, but they're also the front line of climate change, pandemics, and unfortunately, war. In one of my encounters with an Ukrainian woman that is working in Sweden, she kept mentioning that what is going on in Ukraine is beyond imagination, beyond everything that we could ever imagine to happen. And those two words, beyond imagination, are now struck in my head, because how do we design, build, and create bridges in a world that is beyond imagination? And how can we create resilient and meaningful cities for our citizens and the planet? I find it a very difficult question. So I'm very happy to be here and to be part of this learning community. So thank you all for having me, and Peter especially. I'm doing one or two slides, a little bit about the Dutch ecosystem and the Dutch approach, which is actually all about integration and human-centeredness. There are a couple of quotes from the, let me see, is that why do you have to work together and collaborate? Is that cities have direct jurisdiction over only a small part of the city. So you need the other actors to be involved. Not only technology evolves faster, but the society as well. So how do we make sure that we leave no one behind? That's our why, that's our purpose, more or less. So the how is that, of course, we all know that not one technology will change the world, it's a combination. And that's where Web3, of course, comes in. And technologists don't need to supply technology, they need to collaborate in integrated solutions, from our mayor of Rotterdam, Ahmed Abu Taleb. So then you come to the how. In the next slide, you see a graph of our quadruple helix, which is normally are like circles, but I really like this one because let me see, is that the role of quadruple helix partners, they differ in time. So all stakeholders also have different perspectives, and it's our as a group, we are responsible to align all the perspectives and have them come together and create this sort of a safe space dialogue, which we also had in the beginning. And what we're working on in the Netherlands now is a mission from the European Union in which they say, okay, by 2030, we want to have 100 climate neutral and smart cities. So from the Netherlands, we're working closely together with over 100 cities in Europe to create this climate neutrality part. But then we come to the technology part, in which I believe you are much more equipped than I am. If you're looking at the next slide, for me, this visualizes more or less the Web 2 and the Web 3, is that if you look at Web 2, it was centralized. So there was no clear balance, and people were solely seen as users. Within Web 2.0, the startup ecosystem involved, but I'm not sure if I'm right, that a lot of startups also got, they were bought, for example, by big corporates. Whereas if you go to Web 3.0, it's more community-based and often on a neighborhood level. And the open source and interoperability character accelerates connectivity in which people are not only users, but they're makers. And that's, I think, a very interesting. But of course, we have to realize that desktops from the Web 1.0 or the PC still exist. So we have to deal with that in a world that is beyond imagination. I think you already asked a question about the DAO, and you did too. And for me, within Web 3.0, I've been working with a lot of companies that have solutions for AI, but I had not really been investigating DAO. So if you look at the next slide, is that, this is what I wanted to share with you as well, is from the national government. We're also working on policy, especially from the Ministry of the Interior on the Web 3.0. And we're having a growth fund, which is a public-private fund, which is on data-driven ecosystems from mobility and smart city and digital infrastructure and logistics. And the Netherlands is also very known for their digital twins. So if you're going, for example, Utrecht and Amsterdam, they're building a 3D model of the city, which is very cool, and you can just Google it and check it out. And the Netherlands is also quite small, so we have a digital twin community of over 250 people that are the experts in the Netherlands on digital twin. So if you ever, in the Netherlands, everyone is just one contact away. But if you look, I think, at the next slide, is that also what we have in the Netherlands is not only the governments and its cities, but it's also public-private partnerships. So we have the Dutch blockchain coalition, in which a lot of, it's like level 39, but then all blockchain companies together. We have the same for the AI coalition. There's also a public-private partnership, which is on the combination of circular economy and digitalization, which is also very interesting. I stole those slides from them. And we have a high-tech campus in Eindhoven, which is very cool to check out. And of course, there are big platforms such as Amsterdam Smart City. But the thing is that I wanted to talk about also in the panel, or I wanted to learn from, is on the next slide. This is something that I wanted to share, is that we also provide from the Netherlands, we have created also a workshop template to create more this safe space dialogue with incoming and outgoing delegations. So we also did a session in Germany, and we'll do so next week with the UAE. And in the next slide, there it comes, is that accelerating mission-driven innovation by the DAOs. So there are a lot of barriers in the Netherlands, which are, we have a decentralized polder model. I'm not sure if everybody knows, but we're in the lowlands, so we had to keep our feet dry for already 500 years. So that's why we had to work together with our neighbors very well. So, and that's what we did. But the problem is that the bottom up and top down was not very easily connected to each other, which caused scattered innovation on community engagement. What's also very difficult is the measuring impact on carbon reductions by integrated solutions. But we already have a building solution for that now within the Web 3.0. And lastly is the mission-driven blended funding on policy goals, which is like, how do you get the private sector involved into policy ambitions? And I think you mentioned it as well, but when I had a coffee with someone from the Dutch blockchain coalition, he said to me, check out what DAOs can do, because they can raise so much money, for example, for Ukraine. And it got me thinking. The only thing is that the picture is a little bit too much up within my slides. But what I wanted to ask more or less is how can we use DAOs not only for finance but also as a multi-level governance part to bring together the scattered innovation and celebrate more or less the decentralization and make it scalable, because within policies is always how can we scale? How can we scale? So I'm a little bit thinking, well, the DAO might be the perfect instrument to keep it on the bottom, but to have a scaling effect, more or less. So in my last slide, I want to thank you for having me here. And as I mentioned, there are a lot of organizations working in the Netherlands. If you're interested in collaboration with one of them, please contact me, and I can help you out. Our challenges are democratic, political, social, demographic, and financial, and they're exponential. So they are beyond imagination. And however, there's of course no limit to the intelligence to managing complex city systems. And I believe it's our responsibility to build them as human-centered, as climate-proof as we can. So build them beyond imagination. I always put a door somewhere in my presentation, either at the beginning or at the end, because if opportunity doesn't knock, you have to build a door. So thank you, Peter Chan, at the end for building this door. And I'm truly grateful for the opportunity to be here. Okay, thank you.
Wow, you try gluing all those four together. So let me give you a clue then before you ask your questions. Mick, the decentralized donations via the NFTs into Ukraine. Paul, the madness of leaving the building lights on at night. I've never understood why we celebrate building lights on at night. Alexandra, the Pixie social network where every click is a token and every token is a click. Hell for Mark Zuckerberg, obviously at Facebook. And Jacobine, connecting all these smart city projects together so that they can align their perspectives. So questions, ladies and gentlemen, make them simple so that I can translate them. But what have you got to ask Mick or Paul or Alexandra or Jacobine? Yeah, yes, Peter. Do you want to wait for the mic? It's just pretty hard to hear you up here.
So yeah, back in the day with .com, is that working? Is it working? Yeah. Back in the day with .com, there were poor business cases back then. There was lack of utility back then. What we got was boom, bust, steady growth. And I wonder whether you might agree, given the latest presentation regarding what what the Dutch government are doing, there's actually utility in some of the Web3 projects, which we can go in. But the nature of Discord, which Nico is talking about, you can go into the Discord and you can see for yourself. You don't have to rely on other people's reports. You can go and look for yourself.
And the question is? Come on.
Good point. So the question is, would you agree that maybe, I agree Web3 needs to clean its act up and put a better message out there, but are we on the cusp of doing that? Do you think that could be the case?
Does the question make sense, Paul?
Sort of. The real problem is, this will work okay? Yeah. The real problem is, we have heads of sustainability. And quite frankly, I meet some of them are great, by the way. Some of them are fantastic. The majority, their big thing this year is, I got people photocopy on both sides of paper. This is the reality. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I am in the cold face, so I'm not saying this to you as some, I got a great idea, I'm going to change the world. I'm there and I see the nonsense I have to put up every day. I got one building, hasn't gone live yet. 100 grand of technology's gone in. 8 months later, because one person can't get the paperwork done. This is the reality where we're living. I don't want to sound wrong. I'm going to sound so politically incorrect here, but forgive me. This massive rise in energy costs is probably the best thing, and really is, because nobody is listening. And I've now got people on the phone to me going, You know, your presenters 3 years ago, well, my energy costs are going to 400%. How can you sort this out next week? Yeah, well, great. But now we have supply chain issues with China. I've got microchip issues trying to find these things. I just hope that now we get a wake-up call. And I think the government have to start being more honest in how they actually talk to the public. So this nonsense that Keir Starmer came up with, and now Liz Truss this morning, we're going to put in a cap of £2,000. What you should finish your sentence off saying, and this other £4,000 per household, I'm going to borrow all that, and you're all going to repay it back with interest, which is the truth. But start saying, we're going to get you out of this hole. I'm going to borrow £150 billion. You're going to have to repay back $200 billion with interest over the next 20 years. You know, we got to wake up to the fact we came out of COVID, which was an absolute massive, once in a lifetime disaster. We're here a year and a half later, another once in a lifetime disaster. We just got to all wake up really, really rapidly, and we are wasting so much in this world. I swear, I'm at the coalface too long, too many hours a day, too many days a week to sit here and not go, oh, everybody wake up and get on and make it a.
I think you said no.
I think unless the governments go impose it now, it's not going to happen.
Yeah. Other questions? Yes, go ahead. Wait for the right front row.
Thank you. So thanks very much, everybody. So Alexander, you said the Pixie model is really interesting because there's a contribution reward model underpinned by token economics, and then for the Netherlands, you're looking at, I mean, DAO is just a governance structure, but there's a mechanism there. So do you think that Pixie model is applicable to the problems in the Netherlands, and how would that work from a contribution reward model? How would you apply that Pixie model to the Netherlands?
That's a good question.
So DAO is also an element in Pixie. So users, well, first of all, there are validators 21 validators who who maintain the security of the chain, and on top of that, users they have consensus, and they would put together a community rulebook and decide which kind of activities are allowed, which kind of activities are definitely forbidden. So I think Pixie is a very straightforward use case of DAO. How do we expand that into something grander and bigger that can be applied to a scenario that's beyond social network? Is that what you mean? I think the short answer is yes, it's transferable. The more complicated answer is it depends how far you want to go with that towards that direction. Because if you think about DAO from a really fundamental perspective, then I would think about Greece, the Asian democracy in Greece, how that works. Each male citizen above age, they get to vote on who can be the next leader of the great city, and I think in the crypto world, that kind of utopian idea is how early adopters design this space to be. But now we're facing a challenge, and is how realistic it is to apply that model to every single aspect in the entire Web3 world. Yes, there is efficiency, and sometimes, and I think it's naive to rely on a simple technology all the problems, because we need to remember behind every technology there are human brains, and sometimes human brains can still have control over the technology. So going back to distributing resources in the Netherlands, or a simple matter like posting governance over a small community, I think the fundamental point is how do we structure a system that allows the deployment of good technology, but at the same time keep a balance check. So I think it's unrealistic to get rid of all human intervention, but to what degree that's a balance we need to strive. I feel like I didn't answer the question very clearly.
I would say she said yes.
But I hope that makes sense.
Jacobine, can you add anything to that, applying Pixie to your problem?
I was actually thinking it could be an interesting pilot to execute. And the thing is, we will always not, well, I cannot look into the future, but there will be ministries, there will be public sector, private sector, all on that. But if you have this big, audacious, hairy, audacious goal, it could be very interesting to get people together and say, oh, I've got a second job. So I work at the ministry, but I also work for this DAO. And what you said is that you get attract talents, you get younger people in. So yeah, I think it could be something which could be of value, definitely.
That's good. Great question. That's best question so far. Yes, madam, go ahead. Wait for the. Have you got the mic? You could pass back. Where's the mic gone? Red dress.
Hi, thank you so much for such fascinating discussion. I actually want to follow up on the digital twin, because we all know the global warming is going to have a very major impact, especially in terms of rising sea levels globally in the next 50 years. So I wonder, for all the leading players in the digital twin, especially for smart cities, have there been any pragmatic solutions in terms of dealing with rising sea levels in the next 20, 50 years? Thank you.
That's a good question.
It's definitely a good question. I think we have very good monitoring systems. And also, for example, we have quite some companies who are doing in the built environment, also actually from the monitoring side. But the thing is that we often talk about digital twins, but sometimes it's like digital twins as being like 3.0, but sometimes it's like 2.8. So there's not much AI involved yet. But to prepare this presentation, I went into Amsterdam and Utrecht. And Amsterdam is also, of course, the Venetia of the north. That's how we call it, with a lot of water, which is not from the sea, but it's from the IJsselmeer, actually, which is the biggest challenge. But and if you go to that digital twin, there's a simulation of almost everything. But I have to check if it's about water. But there's within the Netherlands, apart from the blockchain coalition, we have this huge water expertise. There's a UN conference coming up in, I think in New York, it's in November, and the Dutch are organizing it. So I'm sure it will be, there's quite a lot. But give me your card and I will send you an email with a little bit better instruction.
Brilliant question. Brilliant question.
I mean, I also think there's a fundamental change in how we think as humans. The problem I have is, like, we're talking about moving to EVs. When anybody here who thinks it's fantastic to move to an EV, you're deluded. 78% of the fossil fuels that are used to give you electricity, 78% of the electricity that gets to your car is from fossil fuels in this country. You know, it is just not the right option. Now, I spend a lot of time in China, and in China, my only issue is that when I'm walking home late at night from the office, I always get knocked over by electric scooters because you can't hear them. Everybody in China is driving electric scooters. We have to change. I mean, why are we producing cars to do 250 miles an hour? Because we're never going to drive at that speed. But we're making inefficient products. And I think the UN has to almost step in, and from my mobile phone, which now has to be charged twice a day, to my washing machine, to my car. Let's get down to the point where we're actually building products that very little power, and year on year bring innovation forward, less and less power, because the only way. And we have to talk about population growth. I'm sorry, I've said it again, but we cannot carry on as my great grandma did, having 18 children, who's then her 18 children had 10 children each. We have to get off this. It's essential.
Paul, can I challenge you on the population growth?
I didn't touch her. Go on.
I only want to challenge you because Elon Musk,
I am following what Elon Musk fairly rapidly recently.
Who sells those electric cars you mentioned. He talks all the time about the fall in the birth rate and that we need to have more children because we don't have enough people. So he says the opposite of what you say. You might be right, and he could be wrong, but he has 100 million followers. You don't. So more people listen to him, whether he's right or wrong. So what would you say about what's his argument?
I mean, just look out here. I mean, just look at that. From as far as you can see up here in level 39, all you see is man-made destruction of this natural planet, right? We are living a bizarre life. Now, we're all in it, so we don't see, because we're in the bubble, but we are living completely unnaturally. And until we start looking at the big issues, right, we have to wake up. We have to wake up. Thank God my grandmother didn't have 18 kids and my mother didn't have 18 kids, because honestly, we're using too much resources as humans. We're just living an unnatural life. And
so
we
you
got
disagree
to wake
with
up.
him?
Oh, I completely disagree with him. By the way, I disagree with
Can I just do a poll about who agrees with Paul and who agrees with Elon Musk? So first of all, who agrees with Paul that we've got too many people? Interesting. And who agrees with Musk that we need more people, which is 50-50? Okay. So,
only half you can reproduce, okay?
Okay, let's go to David. You had a question.
Thank you, Thomas. Yes, I do agree with something Paul's just said, and was going to ask my question based on what he said previously. It's how we think as humans. Earlier, there was reference to the grey-haired in the room. Well, I'm one of them, and I remember the last energy crisis in 1973-4, and my generation, and probably people up to 40, just took the 3-day week in their stride. And I go back to 1958, when Harold Macmillan said, but not in so many words, but it's often quoted like this, "You never had it so good." What that meant was that too many people were getting too much for doing too little. And have we moved to a situation where younger generations won't do what my generation and slightly older and younger did back in the 70s? They are entitled to be daft enough to leave the lights on all night. They expect somebody else to come and solve the problem. And until we address that social issue of expectancy and entitlement, it doesn't matter a damn what we do in any of these other things.
Well, actually, get back to water, it does, because our glaciers will melt. It's what's half the problem Pakistan is right now. We will have sea levels rise. I mean, the planet will be better off without us, quite frankly. So we either change now or we won't be here anyway. So,
okay, but the question was, David, how do we change mindset? Okay, so Alex Jacobin, you want to address?
I'm gonna.
Nick?
Yeah, I was just told that we don't have much time, but I'm gonna be short. So, in my opinion, that's what Web3 is about. It's about building community. We need to start building communities of like-minded people, and these communities, they, gather online in Discord, in Telegram channels. They speak with each other. They have funny, avatars with NFTs on them, or bored apes, whatever you have. And there are many people who want to change this world for better. I mean, what we need to do, we need to guide them and teach them using all different kind of channels. I mean, I've seen different ads from different governments. I don't know what they are doing, but they need real people with real marketing background to have a real conversion and to educate people about social good things. And then we can, move all these TikTok audience to, social good DAOs, and they to do it because we are human beings. We are small. We want to be, part of something bigger. We want to join Elon Musk Twitter because Elon Musk is big, and we want to follow him. We want to follow his ideas, and we need more people with right ideas who can use social media, who can use new ways to communicate with people. I mean Twitter, I mean DAOs, and I mean other social media technologies, and maybe like platforms like TikTok. Thank you.
Hold on. Alex, go
Can
ahead.
I ask one final question to Paul? Okay, so on one hand, we have people who are not aware of the harsh reality that we're ruining the earth day by day. And on the other hand, we have projects who brand themselves as ESG friendly, but really they're just doing greenwashing. So which problem between these two you consider is more pressing?
if you're going to pretend you're an ESG company, then get rid of greenwashing, and that's why we push this piece about it's data-led absolutely guaranteed this is the impact that data has on your ESG reporting. Too much of greenwashing. I mean, it's just absolute BS everywhere I see. But yeah, we also have to try and get the culture of getting rid of our selfishness. I mean, the reason why you want a bigger car, the reason you want to go to Bali rather than anywhere else is because, you know, we're marketed to in such you know, frivolous terms to try and keep on getting more money out of us. We have to start thinking, do I really need to travel 10,000 miles to Bali? Is it really that important? Or could I go somewhere closer? We just got to get off our addiction to marketing.
So back to David's question, how do we change the mindset? Jacobine?
Guilt.
Guilt, okay. So building community, guilt.
Yeah, well, what we're doing, because smart cities is such an umbrella subject, so often I get a lot of questions about that, like what are you working on? You're working on everything. So my kids at home, they say you're doing everything. So for us, it's like creating the safe space dialogue, and we use, for example, the U curve from Otto Schirmer to explore a future space of possibility. But then you have to create, even though with the big group, you have to create a sense of I don't know, yeah,
community.
A sense of community, yeah, definitely.
So that's the same as me. So we've got community and guilt. Got community and guilt so far, David. Alex, how do we change the mindset for the next generation?
I agree with guilt. But
so it's guilt to community
too. Yes. However, well, there's one slight problem is that, okay, so every day I get to drink my Diet Coke with a paper straw that gets soggy after 2 minutes. And at the same time, the super rich, they're traveling in their private jet. And when I read about that on social media, and I think, why am I still drinking my Coke from a paper straw? And that's the moral problem I am struggling with nowadays.
Really?
So I do feel guilty about producing crops every day. However, at the same time, I think, you know, the contribution I'm making by not using plastic and using alternatives are offset massively by others. And do you disagree? Yeah.
So David, guilt to community too. It's a score draw.
Yes, taxation.
True. Peter? Oh, sorry, we're out of time. Thanks, everyone. Give our panelists a round of applause. Well done.
And government people. We also have the deputy minister from Ukraine in the session to joining from New York City. So let's hear from them what's really going on in Ukraine, because the basic topic for this session is about smart city and technology. But as a personal perspective right now, I'm building up the smart cities in Ukraine. As I mentioned earlier, there's nothing we can do at the moment because you know, it's unpredictable. So what I suggest to the government in Ukraine and also the Lviv city, also other cities in Ukraine, we are going to build some test bed in the UK and US and some of the cities in European nations, so that we can just gather all those resources to replicate in one of the major cities in Ukraine 2-3 years later. So that is the something that I'm trying to design. But also we can hear from the experts from Ukraine what they actually think about, and also it's a good opportunity to hear them
their plan locally. So I'd like to introduce the panelists and for these sessions. I think it will be much better to introduce yourself and if rather than I introduce yourself, right? So let's start with Irina, please.
Good afternoon, dear participants of the forum. My name is Irina Knishova, and I am from Ukraine. I'm an expert of digital transformation in different spheres. So I have an experience more than 11 years like a public servant. I have everything I think about digital transformation and different electronic services. And I suppose today I will share with you some information about cybersecurity, about problems of cities, etc.
Angelina, please.
Yes, hi. My name is Angelina Starkova. I'm an architect. I was born in Ukraine, but work actually internationally. And I will tell you about projects I'm working on today that are connected to the architectural agenda in the country, in Ukraine. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Alexander.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alexander. I'm a deputy head of state regional administration in Ukraine. This is a Lviv regional administration, which is on the west of Ukraine. So we're kind of on the backwards of Ukraine and a bit more safe over here. And I'm responsible for the digital transformation of the whole region and all of the 73 municipalities that we have here and other public government bodies.
Thank you, Alexander. Next up, Vadim.
Hello, everyone. My name is Vadim Kirov. I'm from Odessa Regional State Administration, and we, with our team, are preparing our city and prepare our region to organizing World Exhibition Expo in 2030, and I will talk about it. I think it would be useful in context of technology and smart city development of Ukraine, of our region.
Thank you, Vadim. Marina.
Hello, everyone. My name is Marina Daniluk. I'm a general counselor in Acquire5. I'm working with the blockchain and fintech companies for over 7 last years. In Acquire5, we're building ecosystem for Web3 projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Marina. First up, Alexander, can you just tell us about, because you are working for the government at Lviv region, western side of Ukraine, can you tell us, all the experts and the audience in the UK, what's really happening since the burst of the war since February?
Yeah, sure. Basically, I would start with telling you that for this year, we had huge plans in terms of development for the region as a whole. But the war came in February, so it was at the beginning of the year. And for the first 3 months, we stopped all of our plans on development and focused on helping our military and helping our administration and volunteers in terms of humanitarian aid and humanitarian needs. We launched several chatbots. We used Telegram and other technologies to communicate faster with all of the 600,000 of people who came to Lviv region to evacuate from other regions where the war started, like where the rockets were, over their heads. So we helped military guys to detect the rockets that are flying over the western part of Ukraine. So we did a lot of work to help us win in this war. And after 3 months, when we already did enough, we start focusing back on development and relaunched a couple of our projects that we planned for this year, such as I would just probably point out 2 or 3 the biggest ones. First is launching electronic ticket on all of the transport that goes from one city to another city within the region. So we have inner municipality or inner city transport that kind of trying also to launch a Yet ticket. That's the way when you could pay with anything you want. Apple Pay, Google Pay, any card, and you will have all of your benefits or like some discounts if you're a student or other type of person. So we are trying to launch this on the whole region. And this is the first project of such size in Ukraine. No one yet done that. Second project that we are launching right now is providing all of the municipalities. We are providing in 70 municipalities of Lviv region with electronic document system that enables those municipalities to go paperless. So they will work in the electronic system rather than printing documents, signing documents, putting visas on those documents, and moving documents from one cabinet to another. And at the same time, this project helps all of the public government bodies within the region to communicate electronically within each other. And the third project that we are trying to achieve this year is to digitalize some of the services that regional state administration provides to the people or to the business in the region or to other regions as well. So we relaunched that and working with the Ministry of Digital Transformation to do so. And this is pretty hard project because at least you need to draw BPM models, you need to analyze legislation that work for these services. Sometimes you need to change legislation to digitalize the service when, for example, you have a blocker of, for example, one of the blockers could be that you need to have a stamp on the document. So in the electronic world, there is no stamp. So sometimes we face such difficulties, but now we are focusing on that. And the main idea here is to get all of our services closer to the population, to the final client, like a person that lives in the village. That will allow this person sitting at home, apply for a service and receive a government, any like public service online. So that's our main goal this year. And I think it's going to be our goals for the next year as well. And responding to Peter's idea that there are many risks in Ukraine. We do believe that, yes, there are many risks in Ukraine, but we still see that Ukrainian business and startups and innovative companies, they are ready to launch their services here and continue investing in Ukraine. So we are trying to build on that. And we see that there are many participants on the market. So if you consider, to launch some startup, please come over. I think what we're gonna launch in Lviv region will then scale to the rest of the regions of Ukraine.
All right, we just lost the last part, but it's okay. Thank you very much, Alexander, for sharing your insights and the status in Lviv region. Next, I'd like to ask a question to Angelina. As far as I understand what you do, you are a very remarkable architect from Ukraine. And you just told me the other day about your interesting projects, just building up the kind of next level of architecture, the representing Ukraine, something like that. And can you just share with the audience here about your, the upcoming projects and also your the insights during wartime? Or any kind of initiatives in dealing with your work?
Yes, thank you, Peter. Indeed, I'm an architect, but also I teach and I write a lot about the contemporary theory of architecture, which I think is very, very important for Ukraine, for the national image of Ukraine today. And of course, as you all know, that architecture is actually a great art of peace, but also architecture is a weapon against the war sometimes that has really saved people's lives. And of course, war forces architecture a lot and forces a lot of industries and regeneration and recreation of the whole idea of architecture. I mean, all crises, especially like the war, did definitely change our cities. And when a few years ago, when I had a commission with an ex-president of Ukraine on concert hall, and when I was teaching at local Kharkiv School of Architecture, I was asking myself a lot, what is actually the idea of contemporary architecture in Ukraine? And, you know, this idea that we can actually create an army of really powerful architects, young architects that could create the new style of Ukrainian cities, and how to make this and what forces we have to connect to make it real. And this, I was thinking about it a lot until today. And of course, one of the projects that I decided to work on was actually when Peter, you approached me about the idea of Ukrainian smart city project. I was thinking it's good to collaborate about connect our visions on this, because many years before, as I said, I had this idea of house of Ukrainian architecture, where we can make like a structure which should be connect global resources and collaboration to rebuild Ukraine, but of course today post-war Ukraine, and it should be focused on the contemporary values, and it should also function as a platform and as a library to collect different methods and resources for regeneration of Ukrainian cities. And of course, especially after the war, I imagine we need not only to think how we will rebuild it using international potentials, but also how we see the future of Ukraine, how we see this maybe not ideal, but the image of new Ukraine, of every city, taking into account its history and a very, very diverse actual architectural history also. So we are now working on the establishment of such a structure that, I'll say again, called the House of Ukrainian Architecture. It will be open outside of Ukraine for now, because today, of course, the situation in Ukraine, as you may know, is unstable, but it is the first step. Another project is multimedia project, which is also very multinational and very open and public, is a pavilion, a national pavilion at Venice Biennale. It is a very well-known exhibition, and we're seeing that together with my partners from Switzerland. When I was teaching, we think about what actually tasks and goals the governments and architects can present in such an exhibition. So we want to collect all the great projects, ideas around the idea of regeneration of Ukraine, presented on this international platform in Italy. And we are currently working on that. So if anyone else has some wishes or ideas, we can help you to show them on this platform. We are welcoming you. So thank you.
Thank you. Angelina, so maybe I can actually ask you some other questions later on. In the meantime, Vadim, I think that you are in Odessa. I personally went to Odessa, driving myself from here, actually from Chernobyl to all the way to Odessa. So I have a few questions about Odessa, by the way, because I see a lot of things going on during wartime. You know, Odessa is kind of partially attacked by Russian troops. It's not really stable at the moment. So I'm just wondering what kind of the innovation ecosystem is in Odessa? What kind of policy to regenerate the cities of Odessa, you know, as a part of Odessa administration? Because you are actually working on international collaborations and with the multiple nations. Because I'm planning to building up a small city, actually future city of Ukraine test bed in the UK, US, and European nations. We are actually working on organizing some of the events in Liverpool. Liverpool wants to be a part of the testbed sites for these initiatives anyway. So can you just share your ideas or your experiences? What's the kind of status in Odessa in terms of two different things? How to collaborate with other cities around the world during this harsh condition. And also, I see that a lot of young generations, even the startups or SMEs, they just already left the cities. And I think that Odessa is kind of critical situation. Can you tell us about them, please?
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to say that Odessa region for now became a home for more than 1,100 internal displaced persons from different regions of Ukraine. But for now, the situation in Odessa is more or less safe. It's just a missile attack sometimes to Odessa, but there are a lot of traffic jams on the roads. So life are living, and that is good. I would like firstly to present maybe our the most ambitious project, which is the K action of rebuilding Ukraine, of rebuilding our region and all south of Ukraine. It's the project Expo 2030. Today, Odessa is one of the candidates to have possibility to organize World Expo. And as you see, the main topic is Renaissance, technology, and future. This is the key points of our vision of the future, of the nearest future, nearest 8 years, and years after we organize this exhibition. The first time Ukraine was presented on Expo last year in Emirates. And also, even during this exhibition, Ukraine was presented the creative industry, conceptual smart clothing, a lot of technological issues that already have our small and medium enterprises or Ukrainian startups. For now, the biggest, the big competitors of Ukraine for now is South Korea, Saudi Arabia, and Italy. And it used to be Moscow, but they canceled their position, their application to Expo because the war was started, and as they think, they understood that they will not have enough support to receive this opportunity to organize Expo. We see Expo as one of the biggest thing that could change Ukraine and change our region to completely different level of understanding, different level of development. This event will provide a lot of investment to our region, a lot of investments in infrastructure, in tourist sector, in roads, in traffics. We will build a lot of new roads. We will make more airports on the territory of our region, and as a result, our budget, our national, our local budget will receive more money, will receive enough funding for providing everything in our region. For now, by the way, today, our delegation from Ukraine are in Paris, and they apply submission of the dossier. It's the candidate dossier, which includes all the issues about Expo, what we are going to do, how it will look like, what is the main topics, and we will present it on November. We already have an architecture plan. It was provided by Zaha Hadid agency in London. And the next year, we will have this voting process. What is interesting and what is about technologies in this Expo, first of all, would like to say that it will be a multiverse of Expo 2013 Odessa, that each country will have their own pavilion, their own location, and participants who will join online They will join to this place as a metaverse, and they will walk there. They will interact with everything that we'll have during the expo. And the heritage of expo will give us a big opportunity to create new data center in Ukraine, to create IT cities, industrial park. It will be a big point of brains, a big point of technologies as they see. That is briefly about our huge and ambitious project, and also that was told before that it's risks in Ukraine, but as you can see, that's also Lviv regional administration, our administration, we're still fighting, we are still working, we are still thinking about the future and about recovering. And if you're talking not only about Expo, about our recovery plan, for now, our region is in discussion with Switzerland concerning this plan, and we are trying to find a solution to rebuild already destroyed buildings, residential houses that we have in our region. And also we are discussing now about the investments, about the projects, about the businesses which could be supported by Swiss government or Swiss donors. And we hope that Expo will be a big event that will provide us more power to make good things for our people, for Ukrainians, for Odessa citizens. And in the nearest future, the biggest thing they will face with is winter, but we are ready. We prepare our region as much as it possible, and hope Ukraine will receive victory soon, and it will be a victory on the battlefield, and also it will be a victory in the World Expo 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, Vadim. So I designed the Busan Smart City as a national smart city master plan 4 years ago, and I was advisor for Expo 2030 for Busan. So I'm going to step down. I will let it step down anyway, so don't worry about it, okay? So maybe Expo 2030 in Odessa. Hopefully you can win it. Right? Thank you very much. Irina, sorry to holding you for a long time. You're muted now. Okay. So can you just, just tell us about kind of, again, the same question, and what's the situation over there? Because you are a woman. So as a woman living in Ukraine, because when I actually entered Ukraine back in April, actually I took a bus. From Krakow, Poland, into Ukraine. Lviv is supposed to take me about only 3 hours and a half, but for me it took me about 12 hours 1 way. And when I entered Ukraine, all the passengers in the bus,
the 99% except me, I'm the only guy there. And when I just got out of the country, Ukraine, to enter Poland, vice versa, I'm sorry. When I enter Ukraine, 99% are guys, like younger, the male people, they're trying to fight against Russian soldiers and back then. But vice versa, when I just get out of Ukraine, and 99% all about them is a woman. So I'm thinking that living in Ukraine at the moment, in Ukraine, what do you feel like? I mean, it will be kind of, you feel a threat, or you feel something, the kind of different feelings under kind of this harsh circumstances living in Ukraine.
Me, nothing's changed, because for example, now I have 3 projects which I work on, and I understand that I'm doing it not for me, I'm doing it for my country and for everyone and my family, etc. So since February I'm here in Kyiv, and live and I work now. Yeah.
I think that also this is basically like involved in digital transformation in Ukraine.
I see a lot of refugees from Ukraine, but you know, you see like kind of ecosystem of startups, SMEs, and just dealing with some kind of high tech, mid tech. What do you think? What do you prospect for the near future of this innovation ecosystem in Ukraine in terms of digital transformation? Because I used to live in New York the last 3 years. And the thing is, digital transformation in the US, especially in New York, is, I don't know, is comparing to London, is still far behind of London ecosystem. But during pandemic, everything is really pushed, and a lot of people now is really comfortable to dealing with the kind of e-commerce, and also the comfortable to communicating with the people like by Zoom or Google Meet. So they now recognize it, and even the city government of New York, they are actually pushing really hard to changing the ecosystem based on the digital transformation. What do you think about the kind of level or status of digital transformation in Ukraine from your perspective?
Today we are working with one special interesting project. It's about cybersecurity strategy for cities. And when we are talking about digital transformation, we should understand that this way, this thing is all-time changes. And now I think digital transformation is the main important instrument for our people, because everyone try to work and study and live online, because a lot of people, as you know, is abroad of Ukraine, and I suppose the biggest part of them will return to Ukraine and continue life and work here and rise our economy.
Thank you very much. Marina? Successful entrepreneur yourself, and you are the chief legal officer of Acquirify. Recently, a very fast-growing company, and I'm really supportive and Acquirify. So, can you tell us about what Acquirify does, and what is the kind of purpose of Acquirify aiming at in the future?
Yes, so Acquirify building the ecosystem, which consists of the few projects, a few main products. One of them is a M&A marketplace for Web3 technologies and the companies. We do believe that the blockchain technology is the future. We also do believe that there is a relevant implementation of blockchain technology. So the technology sometimes can boost the project and give them more opportunities to the end users, even if we're talking about the government infrastructure on a Web3. Sometimes Web3 technology, as the previous speakers was mentioning, still quite early stage, still risky. So what is Acquirify value? It's helped to better understand the Web3 technology and the implementation, and how each party can get additional value from the blockchain technology. We also have on our pipeline in Acquire the companies and technologies which can be used for the smart cities and for the governance infrastructure overall, including the voting system, including the educational system, healthcare, and etc. We're trying to help to understand the technology better and the value of it. That's the main goal.
So just like one more. What do you think about the thing as a priority to be sorted out in order to collaborate with the UK or European countries to, avoid the kind of problems in Ukraine right now? Perspective, or your cities or whatever. What's the important thing to do with the foreign countries or foreign innovation ecosystems? Maybe we can just talk about here in the UK.
Anyone? Yeah, you're muted.
Yes, I'm here, but I hear the echo. Okay. As you know, Ukraine are very talented people, and we have a lot of ideas, and we believe that all our projects will live with your support. Only digital transformation instruments can help us, and I suppose UK can help us, for example, with my project recommendation for cybersecurity protection for cities, and it is really very important, you know.
Yep. Morning.
Morning.
Oh, good afternoon.
Hello.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to discuss a little bit. Farid, Deputy Minister. Hi, are you in New York?
Yeah, I'm in New York. That's why I'm sorry. I said good morning.
Can you just speak up, please?
Sorry.
Okay, okay, that's fine. So, are you in New York now?
Yeah, I'm currently in New York, so it's my last hours actually being here. And I wanted to appreciate for the invitation and sorry for a bit of rescheduling of my speech. Can I please start or?
Yeah, I think you should go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. First of all, dear colleagues, I want to express my appreciation for the invitation and the opportunity to share the vision from the perspective of the energy sector of Ukraine. That is the first thing, and the second thing, and more crucially, when I want to appreciate Great Britain, Great Britain's officials, the people of Great Britain that provide invaluable support to our country, and we see that the possibilities for further our cooperation are we do have possibilities of further cooperation, particularly in terms of innovators. Yep.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, we cannot hear you very well. We lost the first part of it. Can you raise the volume?
Yeah. Do you hear me?
Okay, yeah, okay. We can hear you very well now. Can you
okay.
just introduce yourself
A little bit. And
yeah,
please go.
Okay, my name is Farid Safarov. I'm Deputy Minister of Ukraine. So mainly I'm responsible for three major elements in the energy sector. The first one is digital development, digital transformation of the energy sector. Second one is innovative spheres that could be implemented in the sphere of electric energy, and the third one is the corporate management of our TSOs, transmission system operators, in the sphere of electric energy and gas supply. So I do not know whether you heard, but I expressed my appreciation for the invitation and for the possibility and opportunity to share the vision of Ukraine on the development of energy sector, and particularly in terms of smart city solutions that could be implemented. With this respect, I would like to tell you about three major visions that we do have, and as you mentioned, I'm in New York now, and we're talking to our partners whether we can cooperate in different projects in that spheres. So the first one is electric mobility, and a couple of years ago, no one would say that electric mobility is a part of the smart city development, but since I guess so for the last 4 years, electric mobility actually won the prize of being one of the most quick growing innovative industries. And today we see that due to the deficit of the fuels, due to the Green Deal solution, due to the making the policies of the governments more ecologically and climate friendly, electric mobility has a new breeze to develop. So if to talk about Ukraine, we have an enormous growth of the number of fully electric and hybrid cars in Ukraine. So because of the war, unfortunately, but nevertheless, it played a good game with us. We received a deficit of diesel and other types of fuels, and people started thinking on whether to change their cars into the fully electric, and it gave the impulse. And due to the fact that we have no taxation when importing electric cars to Ukraine for the last several years, people started purchasing electric vehicles. Electric mobility is an integral part of smart city, and despite the fact that a full-scale war with Russia has been going on in Ukraine for half a year, the electric mobility market is still growing, and that is what actually on one side fully surprises us, but on the contrary, it has conditions that could explain why it is growing. The first thing is that we had, unfortunately, a lot of people moved from the eastern part of the country to the western part, and we have the allocation of the electric vehicles more so at a bit more narrow territory, and it led to the creation of the infrastructure for the charging. Why? Because so it is a question of a hen and an egg. What should be first? Whether you should develop and try to provide some governmental inputs in order for people to move and to start using electric cars, or you have to create the infrastructure. And as a part of the smart city, and specifically in Lviv city, where we are launching the pilot project that will move not only the private, I may say, transport consumption, but also the public one into full electric. So, for example, a couple of our big cities in the western part that didn't suffer severely from the consequences of the war have developed their own strategies on the switching to fully electric. We are now, and we now understand that in order to do that, it should be combined. You shouldn't just put the fast charging or just charging stations in the cities. You have to create a specific infrastructure with a certain logics of allocation of those charging stations, and you have to create this consumption of electric vehicles. So, and mainly we want, and we have a couple of legislative changes that will lead to the switch of public transportation to full electric. And as well as the same infrastructure will be used and can be used by private cars and private owners of the cars. So, if to look at the figures, we have approximately sometimes 50 to 100% increase in the number of electric vehicles. We have a very, very widely spread chain of charging stations, but we do not have fast charging stations, and that is the next step that the government will try to deal with, to create the needed electricity infrastructure at the level of district system operators, at the level of municipal authorities, in order for the business to be able to invest money into that. The second project that is tightly connected with that and is a part of smart city and very tightly connected with electric mobility. And what we saw during the implementation of those strategies is that we have to implement smart grids. So when thinking about when talking about the charging stations, what we saw is that unfortunately there is not enough capacity in order to provide the needed amount of electricity for those who want to build the infrastructure for the charging. And we decided to think, what are the problems and why don't we have that? And we understood that we have to make some kinds of renovations and innovations at the level of substations and at the level of the grid by itself, in terms of calculating optimization of some processes, etc. And when talking about the smart grids and how they can be implemented, and that is the pilot project that we already started in Khmelnytsky region, that is just in the middle of the country. We put the smart meters and we implemented the AMI software that will allow us to control the processes of electric supply and transmission, to find out where the losses of electricity during the chain are, and to make so-called emergency calls to our technical teams for them to improve or to repair those parts of the system that have those losses. And taking into account the large and complex power supply system of large cities, the implementation of smart grids is initial part of smart city solutions, and is an integral stage of cost optimization, improvement of consumption accounting, and flexibility during operational decision making. To be honest, we now what we presented in the United States as well, we are looking for the partners who could join Ukrainian DSOs in terms of the development of smart grid infrastructure. We have at the moment, as I mentioned, the pilot project in Khmelnytsky region with the US-based company NASA. We're talking with, for example, KT, Korean Telecom, because they have very similar projects already launched and executed in Uzbekistan and a couple of other countries. So Ukraine is on its way to do that, and has a huge and a large market in this part, because we want to install until 2035 18 million smart meters that would allow us to make those improvements and optimizations in the sphere of electric energy. And the last third project that is also in line with the previous ones, but is more infrastructural in terms of electricity, are the storages. You may have heard about Tesla and Elon Musk, who provided Australian government with 100 megawatt storage. Actually, recently we have made amendments in Ukraine to the legislation allowing and describing the business that is connected with the storages. And we know that different companies, and we negotiated with different US-based and European-based companies who are looking at this business. So what for do we need the storage, and why it is the logical part of the previous projects? Because the storages are not only to store energy at night when the pricing is lower and to give it back to the grid during the day when you have more consumption and the prices are lower. No, it is about the balancing of the electric market, about the balancing of the frequencies. And our transmission system operator, Ukrenergo, will be the first client for those who will establish those storages in Ukraine. Why? Because you need to provide a transmission system operator that is a state monopoly in each country with the capacities for them to use when needed in a very short period of time, for example, for 15 seconds, when they give you an order to take the electricity from the grid to your storages or to give it back. So that is a really interesting business. No one can calculate the final cost of the production of the establishments of such an infrastructure, but it is possible to calculate how much it can earn money. And just to provide you with some figures that are related to Ukrainian market, we decided to calculate in 2021 with those prices that we had at that moment, and now the prices are increasing, and you understand that. With that lower prices, when talking about the 20 megawatt storage, we calculated how much money would it be needed to establish a storage, to put the storage, construct a storage, and it costed at about $800,000, $1 million per megawatt. And what we saw is that only at the balancing market, for the balancing capacities that such business will be providing, each megawatt of electricity will earn at about from $150,000 to $200,000 and euros. So they are approximately the same for the moment, and it is without the earnings that could appear when buying the cheaper energy and selling more expensive energy during the day. So 150, 200,000 euros or dollars can earn each megawatt of electricity. So it means that in terms of 7 to 8 years, taking into account all the possible ways how those storages can earn money, that business will become, so will achieve the break-even point and then start earning. And the case is that it is the future of energy system. So when you have the storages that are balancing and that create the instruments and the tools how to avoid the collapses at the balancing market of electric energy, and then it is at the level of the government and at the level of TSO, then you go down a bit and you are talking about the smart grids, how to control and not to lose and to optimize it at the district level. And then you go once more downstairs, one more level down, and you have the charging infrastructure and the development of electric mobility and the way how you construct the infrastructure for the charging stations and for the municipal authorities, for them to create the needed public transport infrastructure fully depends on two previous elements, and as well creates a new greenfield or brownfield for those who are developing the energy market.
Yeah, Deputy Minister, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but
yeah, I'm finished. Yeah.
So we have kind of the time limitations here, but the thing is, I'm very interested because one of the major smart city agenda that I'm actually building for Ukraine, we actually signed the London agreement last year with the Ministry for Communities and Development.
To build up one of the platform, it's called the smart energy platform in Ukraine and everything. The thing is, I'd like to ask some of the questions from the floor. I'm taking a couple of questions. If you have any questions, raise your hands, and you know, anyone in the screen, you can ask about your question. Anyone? Okay, so I'm sorry, Marina. What is the kind of obstacles in terms of your business Acquire can be workable in the global markets, and what is the issue? What's the concerns?
Mm-hmm. First of all, I would like to say that I'm working with 3 different fields of projects. It's, for example, sport registry, cybersecurity, and special portal for reconstruction after war. So if you want to concretize your question, please.
Okay. Marina?
Yes.
Can you speak up?
Yes. So basically the difficulties is the same what has distributed ledger technology, right? So it's an adaptation. So the local regulation in every single country where the technology is going to be implemented. especially if it has a connection to the personal data and data privacy, like GDPR regulation and etc. So for the most of the country, implementation of one or other technology is also the regulation problems, right? So the regulation has to be put first on a place. After that, only technology can enter the market. Either it's a private sector or the public sector. So this is the main challenges.
Okay, great. This question is for both of you, Alexander and Vadim, because we are building with multiple cities, and actually I'm concerning 7 cities in the US, another 7 cities in the UK, and 7 cities in Ukraine to work together with this kind of multilateral collaborations to build the futuristic cities as a test bed in those countries like in the UK and the US. So what's your, favorable agenda or topics or kind of, the plan if you collaborate with those cities in the UK and US in the future?
Sure. Can you please repeat the question, but a little bit louder?
I'm sorry. Okay, so question was, if we're trying to build a multilateral collaboration testbed for Ukraine in the UK and the US, so what would you bring what kind of agenda, what kind of topics, what kind of sector would you bring to the table to work together with the cities in the UK and US?
I would probably say that one of the ways to help rebuild Ukraine would be to help get additional funding after the war ends. So for all of the startups that are based in Ukraine or are created in Ukraine that create work places for employees, it would be great to have a smart money. So they could launch their projects, implement their projects, and test how it works. I think that would be the greatest way to help Ukraine. And basically, we will have a lot of things to do over here. So this could boost the Ukrainian IT development or product development that would then go and scale worldwide. This what I would consider as the best thing to help Ukraine after the war.
Okay, sounds good. Vadim? You're muted. Vadim, I can't hear you. Speak up. Vadim, I'm sorry, we have to close it. All right, so this is bad. Hi, Vadim. Alexander, can you hear me? Marina, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Irina, you can hear me? Vadim, can you hear me? Okay, we cannot hear you. I'm so sorry. You're basically muted. All right, so we have to close it. So thank you very much for your contribution. Angelina, are you still there? Thank you very much for all of you to contributing your time, your efforts, to sharing your insights, experiences, what's really going on in Ukraine. I hope we can build some much more very strong collaborations in the near future. Thank you very much. Thank you. Coffee break, and the next session 3 and 4, is all about the Web3 and the startups. So Bahar is actually from
So right after this, we have online sessions as a kind of final sessions for today. After that, we will have a networking party at, we call it as Level 39 space. And thank you for coming to wonderful day, even though I got wet a little bit because of rain in the morning. But so welcome the speakers, panelists, and the moderator. Give a round of applause, please. So I hand it over to Bahar, moderator. Yeah, that's
Perfect. Thank you. Does this work? Or is it
the mic is not working. No, we can hear. We can hear here.
Yes, it's working. No tech issues so far in Web3. Thank you, everybody. I'm Bahar. I'll be your moderator today. And we have an incredibly talented and successful panelists with us today. I'll quickly introduce, and then I want to hand the mic over to them to talk a little bit about the intersection between how we're building smart cities with Web3 and what are the successful use cases they have seen and what are their expectations and their vision for where we could be in 23, 25. I'll start with Alan Boyd. If you haven't already met him, I highly recommend after the session, please grab a few minutes of his time. He's not only the 32nd at Microsoft, he also designed some of the earliest financial systems in Excel of today that we're using. It is true. He also launched the first PC game, computer game called Adventure, which was also featured in a Steven Spielberg movie. So Alan Boyd, who's now working on Doll.ai, and I would love to hear from him what is on his radar today. We have Harrison, who is the co-founder of Acquirify. We have Vlad, who is the co-founder of Unicore Group. He's working on across a few projects, but one of which that caught my eye was the intersection between filing your taxes and the gig economy. And now we have Nassim, who is one of the OG developers of the blockchain systems. And he's also a co-founder at Acquirify, and he's the director of FOMO Research Lab here at Level 39. And now we have Al Sia, who's an investment director at Digital Strategies, and Elena, who I'm really excited to meet today. She's the co-founder of Unblockers. So thank you, everyone, for being with us today. And I'd like to start with Alan. And also, just to quickly remind, if you could please keep your questions at the end. I would love to hear from you. What do you have to ask to the audience? So save them to end. We'll come back to that. We have a lot to cover in the session. I would love to start asking everybody about their big picture. Where do they see themselves in the big picture of smart city and Web3? With that, I'll hand over to Alan to take away. Thank you.
Hey, good, whatever time of day it is in your space. A quick question for everybody. Does anybody here know who Joseph Schumpeter is? Okay, that's a good start. Ooh. Okay, so I'm not preaching to the converted. For those of you who don't know my work or my background, I've been developing my observations more than 40 years in the tech investment sector. I'm working on what I call the 14-year twitch, the history of digital technology, what it is, where it came from, where it's going, and why. I show that technology development doesn't happen in a straight line. Instead, it progresses in very distinct, punctuated 14-year cycles. I've managed to trace these cycles back to the famous King's Speech in 1939, when George VI did a radio address to the nation to announce we're at war with Germany. Radio became the world's first electronic media distribution channel. Sales took off in a big way. And when the war was over, political news gave way to the invention of rock and roll. So it got put to a much better use. 14 years after that, television had been developed, but it never did take off until in 1953, when the king's daughter, Princess Elizabeth, was crowned queen, still queen. And the coronation was broadcast live on BBC television. People crowded around these small black and white 15-inch screens to watch history being made live. Sales of TV sets rocketed. I actually remember seeing it. I was 2 years old at the time. My parents bought a television, and I discovered the Lone Ranger. Anyway, TV became the world's second electronic media distribution channel. The next cycle started in 1967, when the Beatles headlined a TV show called One World, the world's first global TV broadcast, watched live by 400 million people. Electronic media went global. Fast forward another 14 years to 1981, when IBM announced their PC. It wasn't the first personal computer, but the PC turned computing from a hobby into one of the world's biggest industries. At that time, IBM was the biggest company in the world. The PC gave ordinary people the ability to make and own their own digital content. 14 years later, again, always 14 years, in 1995, a group of companies in Silicon Valley agreed to use two new telecoms technologies called TCP/IP, Transmission Control Protocol and Internet Protocol. This was the first time the world heard the word Internet. Electronic media went digital. That takes us to 2008, 14 years later, when Steve Jobs stood on stage and gave the world iPhone. Digital media went mobile. And in case you haven't noticed, that was 14 years ago this year. The world of tech is due to change again. I think we can all feel it. That's why we're here. We know it's going to change. But remember that the next 14 years are likely to see more change than any others since World War II. What will the world be like 14 years from now? The USA will lose its place as the world's largest economy, maybe even fall to third or fourth place. The dollar will no longer be a reserve currency. In fact, currency as we know it might not even exist. Asia and Africa rise, while Europe and North America will relatively decline. But which will be the technology that sets the stage for the next 14 years? We have a lot to choose from, all very good, each one capable of setting new standards for themselves. We have blockchain, crypto, metaverse, augmented reality, and artificial intelligence, each of which has the capacity to stand alone to change the world. Well, I don't think it will be any of these. I think it will be all of these. And combined, this is what I think of as Web3. Now, let's go back to Joe Schumpeter. Joseph Schumpeter was an Austrian economist at Harvard University in 1942 when he published a book called Capitalism, Socialism, and Democracy. In it, he prophesied what he called gales of creative destruction, waves of technological innovation that drive the global economy forward. New technologies become the trend. Old technologies become obsolete. We saw this in 1939, which was very much like today, when war meant people needed news and radio became the dominant technology. In 1968, The Cold War gave us satellite technology. Now we use it to watch international football games. 1981, the space race gave us microchips. We got personal computers. In 1995, the internet came out of DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency of the US military. It was military research that gave us the internet. So given the state of the world, what should companies work on today? Software development, information companies, what should you focus on today? First, you have to imagine a world where today's technologies, including the smartphone, are totally obsolete. Social media, as we know, will be a failed relic of the past, kind of killed off by fake news, disinformation, and political propaganda. Web 2 companies like Facebook, Google, and Twitter will be marginalized, just like Web 1 companies, America Online and Yahoo, were marginalized when TCP/IP came into Web 1, moved to Web 2. Instead, these companies should focus exclusively on the technologies that make up Web 3: blockchain, crypto, metaverse, AR, and artificial intelligence. Forget about the past. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for setting that scene and helping us see how we got here. And with that, I'd like to turn to Nassim and if you could start sharing your big picture, how you see it, and what part of it are you working on? And
hey, can you hear me? Does it work? Perfect. Yeah, my big picture, I think, was still, I would say, Web3 at the moment. My personal view, my personal opinion. It's just a rebranding of what we had crypto that didn't work back in 3 years ago, 4 years ago. I mean, the infrastructures all existed, except the adoption wasn't there. I'm talking about institutional adoption, government adoption. We generate adoption everywhere where people actually are curious. They want to actually try something. But it wasn't just about trying something. There is something that halted and put, what I would say, stagnant the revolution of Web3. And it's about the sentiment behind it. The sentiment behind Web3 is 80% investments and 20% technology. I mean, everyone that adopts Web3 is because of their investments. It's about the money they want to make later on in life, either like long-term, we call it HODL. It's just basically holding with a D before the L. That's a crypto term. And people would like to HODL just to make money and invest in making money instead of investing in tech or believing in tech. I mean, Web3, from the what you mentioned, we have all the new technologies that are coming out, emerging techs. There are plenty of new technologies. For example, I was fascinated yesterday speaking to Paul about his novel technology using ultralight for security. And I went and I spent hours doing research on the works he's doing and so on. I was like extremely fascinated. There are many, I would say Web3 is just a bed that we could implement many technologies on the top, or maybe I'll call it blockchain. Blockchain is a base for plenty of different technologies that could be branched into it. For example, he forgot IoT. IoT is a really necessary new tech that is needed in smart cities and smart city infrastructure. I mean, the way that I see smart cities as well is scaling up and replacing old tech, like Alan said, with new tech. And there's always like, I would say, it's cycles. For example, like 14 years ago, like you said, we didn't have anything like this. It was the dot-com boom. We didn't have transactions online, and the transactions just started. I mean, fintech just started 14 years ago, basically. That's my main opinion. Whether it evolved the way that we wanted, no, because of like I said, the sentiment behind Web3 is 80% investments, and people are not investing in tech; they're investing in speculation of growth of investment. That's my take for now. But
So my idea or my big picture of smart cities is that apart from helping cities or authorities make better decisions, it's actually to improve the quality of our lives, right? You're making things more efficient, you're reducing traffic, you're reducing crime. And I think with shared information, shared awareness and shared communication, which is what smart cities are meant to do, we can achieve that. And then with all this data and sharing and connectivity, there's also a risk of exploits of data and your privacy. So that's something that we should also focus on, and something that I think authorities should remember when planning cities.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's all about planning and where you can kind of bring in Web3 technologies into that planning. So things like infrastructure. I was actually talking with Alan on a call a few weeks ago. He's explaining to me how the infrastructure around electricity and using smart cities in that, using smart contracts to plan around infrastructure and electricity, making decisions on electricity on electrical level. When waves of electricity come, decisions have to be made, and using blockchain in that regard is a much more efficient way rather than being able to try and beat out electricity. Yeah, what else? There's lots of different solutions. I mean, even right now, relating back to Ukraine, the ability to donate to Ukraine. The Ukraine DAO has raised over $8 million in support of the Ukraine war efforts. And how would you do that in a Web2 environment? Even just the compliance issues around that, particularly, and the practicality. So there's plenty of examples and planning and foreseeing the future, and just the companies that are at the forefront of these new technologies and driving the future is what's going to make the difference. As we see in all these examples of every 14-year cycle, there's capitalism at its best, in improving technology and improving like humanity, right?
Yeah. Thank you. I will come back to you on your reference about finance, because I want to talk about financial inclusion in building smart cities. So hold that thought, Harrison. Vlad,
Yeah.
yes.
So my big vision, basically, I think cities, smart cities, will be more based on data. So right now, as we know, there is a lot of public sources where we can see all the information that currently government has. But as for me, it doesn't share it with the people who currently live in the cities. And data is extremely valuable for these people. And I think it will help to increase citizens' comfort when you're living in this city. Also, I think what is really interesting that public records right now can also be improved with Web3, because governors should have all these actions that they made on a daily basis, like their votes, their statements, even the public funds. It can be everything can be tracked in the ledger. So my big picture is when the data will come to this, we will see like how it goes in the governmental sector. Thank you.
Yes, my personal vision is that every single company in a Web2, every company that have their own website would move in Web3. And the reason why my company called Unblockers, because I believe that we have possibilities to unblock every single business from Web2 centralization into decentralization. And the reason why we need it, as Alan said, the companies of Web2 would be absolute. And the reason why it would be, because every single person, I believe, in 21st century already understands that the technology, everyone can move with technology into the future, and everyone capable to use their phone now. I'm sorry, but in the 90s, no one could even believe that everyone would have internet in their houses. And I still remember how I've been myself as a child in a library queuing for 1 hour to get my 10 minutes on the computer to write email to my friend in US. The reason why I believe that, because I know how it's wonderful now that my son, who is 10 years old, can communicate with his friends all over the world on his game. And when I asked him one day, why do you want to play your games more than you want to play outside? And he said, like, Mom, what's the difference? I am with my friends. I am building relationships. I am in the metaverse. I can hold myself there. And that's the future. That's why I believe that we need to move smart cities into metaverse, that governments would have their own offices in the metaverse, that, for example, like HSBC Bank already have their own branch in the metaverse. And that's the future. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing that up, the use case. Nassim, I want to ask you, what have you seen in smart cities? What are the smart cities that you can describe as a successful use case? And what are you thinking in terms of the future?
Sure. I mean, the smart city that Peter, my partner, worked on, I mean, Busan Smart City is one of the first smart cities in the world. We'll see it come into life probably by 2023 next year. January, it will be finalized and finished. Lots of IoT infrastructure has been implemented. Lots of Web3, I would say, SaaS solutions and services have been implemented. And I think these solutions are really necessary. Like Vlad said, data is really important when it comes to smart city. Data will be probably valued as the next petrol, you know, I mean, in smart cities and 14 years from now in the next cycle, because now we are at the beginning of the new cycle or the new tech cycle since we go past 14 years. So what we have.
Can you tell a bit about Busan City specifically? I think the audience.
I mean, yeah, I was going to carry on. I mean, the most important of implementation of Web3, especially when it comes to Busan, trustless infrastructures that Web3 offer actually take away the downtime that we have right now with Web2. For example, like I'm sure like everyone experienced it about 3 months ago, 4 months ago, people couldn't access their WhatsApp, couldn't access their Facebook because Amazon servers were down. So Web3 will offer us, I would say, sustainability, accessibility, and also traceability when it comes to data with no downtime. All right. So we eliminate the downtime when we implement Web3 for data-driven solutions within smart cities. So that's one major use case for using Web3 in smart cities, for example. I mean, you will see how probably within a year and a half time, how Busan Smart City will be. I mean, still, I will call it MVP phase or version 1 of the smart city. I mean, they need to scale up and implement plenty of new tech in their infrastructures. Public solution, health infrastructures need a lot of well. There will, but we'll have like a blueprint of a smart city and the way it should look by 2023, and then we can actually copy and duplicate based on that. I would say plan. That's what we can do.
Thank you. I want to come back to you on how to scale. We discussed this earlier too. I think that's part of the puzzle that we have to think about.
Yes. I mean, it's super simple. Web3 scale or scaling Web3. I mean, what a lot of people don't realize that 80% of Web3 infrastructure comes with tokens, and the only way to scale up is adoption. How to make that adoption possible? I mean, you need to incentivize, create ecosystems, create useful ecosystems for example, we built an ecosystem in a rural area in Seoul in 2017 called Nuon. You guys can check it, called the Nuon Project. And we incentivize users of the token, the Nuon token, to help make a difference in the or make a social impact, basically make a difference with their social community, maybe in cleaning stuff, and they get rewarded with that token, for example. And that token could be sold or exchanged into credits and it's still working up to till today. I mean, it's been 5 years of the new one project, and people are super happy. They're looking to duplicate the same type of ecosystem in plenty of small rural areas in South Korea. That's, for example, that's one of the examples.
Right.
To expand into scaling up smart cities or implementing new technologies within existing cities to make them smarter.
Awesome, thank you. Al mentioned this as well in terms of like, at the end of the day, what problems are we solving? And we want to solve problems that people are facing today in their daily lives. And as we look to build smart cities, one of the things I heard today from Vlad is this app called Dia, that essentially builds a feedback loop between the government and their citizens. So can you tell a little bit about that? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be happy to share. So basically, in Ukraine, we have like one of the most popular. One of the most popular app in Ukraine is called Dia. It's a governmental app in which you can have all your documents. So literally, you have like your passport, your driving license, everything in there. And what they have added to their functionality is like public discussions. So basically, they are creating some sort of vote in the app, and almost 2 million people participating in this app. So the question was like, do we need to use weapons in our daily life? Or do we need to legalize it? And a lot of people participated. Like 2 million is really big amount of people.
2 million responses. Yeah.
2 million
Like
responses.
so before basically.
Governance models are really essential to bring in, I would say, to push in certain narratives in a way if it's controlled by one entity. Yeah. And especially like, I mean, it's all about trustless. My bad. I mean, when you talk about Web3, it's trustless infrastructures. All right. Creating governance within trustless infrastructures through voting systems is the way forward. For example, we have the same thing here. We call it the government gateway, but the government will never allow people to connect with each other to form one force to go against them if they want to go against them. Yeah. That's one thing. But it's a good way to do it. Yeah. Except it needs to start within a community, an existing community of people that want to make a difference, and not from a higher force slapping something into people, dictating what they want to do and what not, because they can control the narrative in every platform. Yeah. For example, if you see Twitter during American elections.
So that was my question. Like,
exactly.
In terms of how do we bring the citizens like along in the journey with us? Because building smart cities doesn't just mean, or doesn't end with implementing a new tech. How do we make sure we're solving for the barriers of adoption? I think, Elena, you have some thoughts on bringing, maybe involving government in this, like in getting them to think about or prioritize solving for citizen awareness.
Yes, the example with DIAP, it works very well. At least before war, I know that a lot of people actually received governmental support as well for this app, and also as well. Yes, once the COVID started, that was the big support for many families for this app. But also one of the examples. Estonian government looked at implementation of internet, and they developed programs in school. And for 7 years, different studies came about, and they educated from the government, from top to bottom. They indicated all the nations, and they help elderly people learn computers in libraries, and also they helped for any person to have their own online account and so on. And now I think the Estonian government is ahead of everyone, as I know, around the world. So we can have this example.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is important in making sure that everyone understands, trusts into the vision, and they are ready for the digital age, and they're ready for the next cycle. Another aspect is when we build these cities and investment follows, and then what happens to affordability? What if the prices go up and then the people that actually need to live in smart cities cannot afford anymore? So what are some of the call to actions we can recommend? And Harrison, looking at you from Acquirify, how can we ensure financial inclusion in designing for this?
Yeah, I mean, I think the South Korean example is Busan is a great example of that, where you can have community living that you can earn based on living. So there's a great example. I mean, imagine you live in an apartment building and you're getting the tokens of your apartment building or some kind of feedback for doing things like taking out the trash or hosting a community event or even just living, referring friends or anything, referring other people to live there. And of course, from the top down, like planning basically on taxes and making sure spiked and things of that nature. And those are easily controlled or easily mandated via contracts and blockchain. And I love the example of also Estonia kind of training up the older crowd, or even just that basically crowds that get into it and personas that aren't going to get into it from the Web3 aspect training. So it's coming from the top and the bottom, right? From the governmental and then kind of the degen population of people that are already in Web3 and already understanding it.
Thank you. Yeah.
There's Miami as well.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and New York. I mean, they incentivize yeah, I'll do it. Hey, yeah. I mean, for example, the mayor of Miami is giving Bitcoin to incentivize or to push the adoption of Web3 tech around the US. And also, the mayor of New York, for example, he's a big voucher and lover of Bitcoin and Web3 tech, Web3 infrastructure in general. And what they're doing is they're giving out crypto to their citizens if they contribute in certain, I would say, social tasks, and they get Bitcoin. They're not well, they don't have CBDC yet. They're looking to incentivize later on down the line using CBDC and replacing Bitcoin. But that's one solution to get people, I mean, to know what it is, at least transact. At the end of the day, just so you know, Web3 is just a model, a transactional model that offers higher traceability and lesser downtime than the actual transactional networks that we have, like Visa or and so on. But you can do much more because it's a bus database at the same time. So transactions, storage with no downtime. That's what Web3 offers, and this is really important for the future of big data in smart cities.
I want to.
Yeah, you can even pay your taxes in Miami using Bitcoin, using crypto. So that's pretty cool. I would never give the government my keys or my my
you said that on the record.
My coin or my address, but that's you can do that. And then you look at cities like or countries like El Salvador now, and now the Central African Republic.
I want to ask Alan.
Who
yes,
go ahead. Now use Bitcoin as their central currency. So I mean, imagine building a city and having full financial infrastructure already in place. That's already available on the blockchain and is already a growing asset. And that's something we're also working with at Acquirify, is like having the ability and having resources for anybody really to be able to acquire and invest into different new technologies and be able to kind of use them right away. So we do merger and acquisition in Web3. So we have companies for sale and technologies and IP for sale. So, as you're planning, even just a company or a city of all levels, sometimes it's easier to buy things, right, than create them yourselves, especially if you're a governmental organization. Development maybe isn't your strong suit. Capital finest. And yeah.
That is very interesting. Thank you for explaining Acquirify a little bit to us as well. Alan, I want to come back to you and ask, With all of this progress that we're hearing today and the successful use cases, what are some of the white spaces that you think we haven't thought about? And that will ultimately like solve problems. So what are the unresolved areas, do you think?
Well, time is the biggest issue. I mean, I was involved in 2003 with the development of Singapore Tianjin Eco City, which had a number of firsts. Probably the worst first was we were the first eco city where all the trees died, and you know it was very smart, but it killed all the trees. So I think the issue is you have to think holistically when you're building a smart city, because you know a city is everything. You know, this building is a city. It has population, it has water, it has, you know, transportation, it has everything. A hospital is a city. Hospital is definitely a city because in blackouts and that the electricity the hospital becomes what we call islandized. It becomes an island and has to be self-sufficient. You can't just shut it down. So a smart city has every technology known to man, and now we have every technology known to plants as well in there with water and soil monitoring and everything. So I think that the thing that a lot of people miss about smart cities is that you really have to cover everything, because you're building an entire ecology, an entire ecosystem that all has to function as one. Our calculations in China, where I was actually appointed head of technology acquisition in 2011 for China's 300 Smart City program. And the first thing that we calculated is that with all the data that is being collected, and you know, it was mentioned that data is important. Data is more than important for a smart city. A smart city is actually built on data. We did a calculation that basically said the internet's never going to be fast enough to be able to do this. So we actually have post-internet networks running in a few places, used largely by the military and the banks because they're so fast they're uncrackable. But we don't have all the technologies at this time to develop smart cities. We have the top level, the interface stuff, all the transactional things and everything is all working. But then we have the expectation level of a lot of people who think that a smart city is a city where you can open your curtains with your smartphone, right? And no, there's a lot more to it than that. We're getting closer and closer and closer to being able to build smart cities. And we've also come to the conclusion that you can't take a dumb city and make it smart. You have to, IBM called them smarter cities. They're smarter than dumb cities, but they're not as smart as smart cities. And they're very successful at that because they do cut down on energy consumption, water consumption, and resource management. So to answer your question is I don't know. It has to be a little bit of everything. You have to do the whole thing, everything in the life cycle of everything that exists in a smart city has to be coordinated. Blockchain is a wonderful way to do that, but we're going to have to make the amount of data that we collect. We have, you know, it's terabytes a second in a smart city. We're working on ways to analyze that. So if you look at all the things that are in Web3, all the new technologies, all the emerging technologies, these are the basis for developing smart cities. And I think, you know, this is the beginning of a 14-year tech cycle. I think by the end of the 14-year tech cycle, this will be a completely different world, and hopefully it'll be a lot smarter.
Thank you for that. Can you give a quick TLDR on DOL? Like, what is DOL AI and role of augmented reality in?
Yeah, dolls are a great name, but dolls are digital autonomous life forms, right? And we're developing digital autonomous life forms as the first, what we hope will be the killer app for the metaverse, right? If you look at all of the technologies that drove each of the 14 years life cycles that have gotten to where we are today, every single one of them had what we call a killer app, right? And we're trying to figure out what is going to be the killer app. And by the way, that's $1 trillion question. What's be the killer app for the metaverse, and what will the metaverse be? So I've spent a lot of time working in the area of artificial intelligence, and artificial intelligence has to be a part of information technology and digital technology's future. So in 1994, we attempted to build artificial life forms inside a computer. It was a company in Cambridge, England called CyberLife. And we developed these artificial life forms called creatures, which the Japanese sort of copied and called them Tamagotchi, you might remember. But it was far too early for us to do that. We didn't have the computer power. In 1994, we didn't have internet resources. So we ended up, we sold that company off to a drone company as autopilot technology, because we could teach it how to fly. We're trying to, now today we have the cloud, we have the metaverse. What we're trying to do today is to recreate artificial life forms who live in the metaverse. They store their information on the blockchain, and you meet them. That when you meet one, it will look like a person because they have their own avatars. And when you go to the metaverse, eventually you will not be able to tell the difference between a doll, a digital autonomous life form, and a human being. And that's a technology that we're building right here in London now. It'll take us a few years, but when that happens, we think every single person will have their own personal artificial intelligent life form. Watch out for this. We think it's going to go particularly well in financial markets because you won't have to go to work. Your doll can go to work for you.
Music to Al's ears, as someone who works in financial institutions. Thank you so much for that, Alan.
There are two things that I did when I was at Microsoft, one of which I'm very proud of, which was I did the financial equations in Excel. And the second, which I'm very proud of, and the second one is PowerPoint, and I apologize for that.
Fascinating. Thank you very much. Thanks again. Al, what are the white spaces as you see it, and what are the issues that you think are unresolved?
Well, I think with smart cities, as you mentioned earlier, the smart city just has so much data, right? And that's how the authorities know what decisions to make, where to allocate resources, how to manage their assets. So I work with a crypto native fund. We've been investing in the space for many years, and we get people impersonating our team members. It's happened a few times. So we take privacy and security very, very seriously. So obviously with smart cities, there's a very big risk of data theft, identity theft. I think that's a big risk and a problem that maybe not necessarily a problem, but something that's always going to be on your minds, right? And so I think there's this thing in cryptography called zero knowledge proofs, ZKs. And it's this thing where one party can prove to another party that one statement is true without revealing additional information. For example, you need to take a mortgage. You need to have 100,000 of annual income. Now, you don't need to tell them that you make 120K or 500K, right? They just need to know you make 100K at least. So ZK allows you to prove that you make 100K without revealing exactly how much you make. That's one example. So I think there's space for cryptology and cryptography and blockchain and solving some of these issues that smart cities might face.
Thank you. So you heard it. If you work in the space, Al is your person to go to. There is clearly a problem to be solved. Thank you very much. I want to go to Elena. Thinking about the barriers to adoption, how much of it comes down to public awareness? And what could we think about in bringing society along the journey to drive awareness and understanding amongst the public?
It's a great question. I would like to address this question to our audience. Everyone here in the room knows that the actual topic of the event is Web3. Can you please raise your hand if you know exactly what the Web3? Okay, we have about 100 people in the room and about 10 people raise their hand. That's my point. We need to educate people what is exactly Web3 and why people need it. Because in reality, so many people don't even understand the benefits of having Web3 on their phone. Because in reality, for ordinary people to use Web3, in my imagination, in the future, they wouldn't even know that they moved into Web3. It's us, that directors of the companies, owners of the bigger companies, who can provide the technology for masses. But for people to understand what is actually Web3, they just need to know that you will get paid for every your click online. Will it be nice? Instead of Facebook, for you to get paid? That's the point. Web2, it's Facebook. Web3 is you getting paid for everything what you do online. That's the difference. And in reality, most of the people don't know about it. And people on the street even never heard that Web3 exists. So we are running events, Unblockers providing educational information. We have business partners around the world, not only in London. That's the reason why I was very impressed that this forum is actually translated online, because not many people can be in London. So many people in UK cannot travel to London to be here, to be educated. So the online YouTube, we can provide this information. And every week, Wednesday, from 5 p.m., we are having actually our partners, the Intercoin show, provide information for every company in Web3. We are educating people online.
Thank you. That's a great call to action for the audience too. I have a couple more questions to close, but I also want to ask the audience to think about your questions. If you have any, I will come back to you in a few seconds. But Nassim, are you optimistic about the future? And where do you think we will be in a couple of years from now?
I don't know. Utopian society, full control, losing your privacy. That's one thing. That's part of Web3. I mean, Web3 offers traceability, which is the most important thing for the future of smart cities, especially for the data in general.
Thank you. Vlad, what about you? I know you can take this as well. I know you're actively working across several areas, building Web3 and creating a utility function of it. What would be your wildest bet?
So as for now, as we all know that currently, for example, DAO, we use it not on a big scale. So basically we use it for organizations, maybe for NGOs. But the question is how we can actually use it in the future.
Before you proceed, what is a DAO and how would you explain it in very simple terms?
Yeah, decentralized organizations, I think it's the most important in Web3 from my opinion, because it helps organizations to run all the processes inside of it. And you can unite people inside of it, and you have votes, for example. And one of the great examples, the project is called CityDAO. So basically, a bunch of people put a piece of land in the blockchain, and they just started to manage it in the DAO. So it's very interesting use case, because they started to vote between them and have like a lot of different decisions. This really helps to organize the city. And if we are going back to the smart cities, so I think it will be run with like normal people, not with the governors. So I think the next stage will be is when the people will have more power in their votes. Not only like once in 5 years they will select a president or something, but they will actually vote on a daily basis on the fields that are like interesting.
Thank you. Yeah, go for it, of course.
I mean, with DAOs, decentralized autonomous organization, the way they work is through governance models. And the governance usually comes from the users of that DAO or decentralized autonomous organization in a trustless way, meaning that everyone needs to actually participate by holding tokens, which means adoption. That's one thing. And the governance is worked through the weight of the holding voting party. For example, if they vote against or for the proposals. So the way that the governance model of each DAO works with proposals, right? Yeah. So either through council members who actually hold the higher weight, meaning more tokens than others, or anyone can propose, and then decisions are taken by voting for or against by people that are holding those tokens. And I think these DAOs or decentralized autonomous organization are it's just starting at the moment, and there is a way to connect all of them into making one, I would say, collective decisions. We call them collective DAOs. So collective DAOs decision or governance models will come up strong within the next few years. So we have like plenty of DAOs being formed at the moment, and all of them, I would say, within the next few years will be connected together. Sorry, that was
Thank
just
you. We have like 30 seconds max now.
I want to just say trustless, like define that, right? That means not a government organization or any centralized power counting votes and giving you the answer. It's all on the blockchain. Everyone can see it, and everyone can audit the contracts and see that they're real.
So optimistic?
In that case, yes. I mean, how many elections can we point to in history are questionable, right?
Okay. What about you, Elena? Oh, yeah. Is there a question? Perfect. Go ahead. Yes. Would you like to introduce yourself? Yes.
Thank you, everyone, for taking the time to come here and join the panel. It's great to see such a big audience. My name is Rocky. I'm an international corporate lawyer at Clyde & Co. I'm also CEO of a tech startup where effectively I'm building a stable coin. And my question is this. A wise man once said, ambition is the curse of the strong. And right now, 2022 has been a rather strange year for the Web3 and all the participants in the industry. I'm sure you're all aware there's a lot of ambitious people in the space, all trying to build a better world and try to, enable there to be more visibility and so more engagement. So I wanted to ask everyone on the panel, what do you think makes a strong project? How can founders in the space enable that to happen? And probably the most important thing is, how do we create such a robust environment where we're able to sell this vision for the future, for all of humanity, to the wider public? Because they're the ones who are very mistrustful of those of us in the industry. They're the ones who think, oh, they're a bunch of fraudsters. Every day you see an article, whether it's in the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, the Financial Times, just comment after comment after comment of people who are leaders in the industry. You're not thinking, oh, another scam, another fad, another useless, no case value proposition. Thank you.
Clearly an optimist. Who wants to go first?
Yeah, the best way to build a strong project is to buy Microsoft Project, which I designed, right?
Shameless plug.
But if I was to do it again, we did that. We didn't have blockchain. Can you imagine what a blockchain-aware project management system would look like? And when I heard you speaking there, I made a note to go design one, right?
Did you want to say something? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, being a founder myself, there are scams, right? And there's scams in any niche and any industry. But I mean, proving to the world, I think one way is being very trustless in a way, and proving to the world that you're not getting things like audits done on your smart contracts, having effective communication with the world and the community. Community is one of the biggest factors for many blockchain projects, and you know, the strength of that is super important.
Thank you. I think we have a few more questions.
Yeah, I think we gotta hustle.
Hello, everyone, and yeah, amazing, very insightful panel indeed. My name is Kate. I'm a futuristic blogger at Kate Goes Tech. And it's amazing to hear so many interchangeable and concepts, like obviously metaverse and children safely playing there with peers all over the world. DIA is obviously amazing. I am Ukrainian, and I know it's one of the most advanced governmental and digital place to exchange and get help. And I think it's especially amazing because it's two-way communication, which is a great progress for governments. And Alan, amazing things you're doing with digital identities and like AI in math, basically very similar to the movie Free Guy. And the question here, connecting all these concepts in a way, would be, so how do we use metaverse, which is such a buzzword, and how do we make it work in the government way, maybe connecting to something like DIA and enabling people to interact effectively with the government and with each other, and maybe how do we use metaverse to promote democracy, because this is basically the future and what we all want to do.
I can answer just briefly, and then I'll pass it on to. That's just my opinion. I think we are still early for metaverse. I mean, we have the term. It's just been slapped on us, basically, like, oh, this is what you get. You're gonna live in a digital world. But we didn't find no way to branch existing metaverses that we have at the moment, which are games. I mean, a game is an environment. What is a metaverse? A metaverse is an environment. That could be for anything. It could offer services. You can just have plenty of different branches, plenty of services attached to an environment or a game environment. That's what briefly is. What is needed at the moment, I mean, it's really to branch out the existing metaverses that we have existing into a larger metaverse concept, just so we bring adoption first. And not just slap on the terminology and, oh, here you go, here you have this, you have to use it. And that's what we see. I mean, current this whole buzz about metaverse, but we have at least a minimum of like over 50% of the world's population are, I would say, boomers in the West. All right, the South. I mean, the Western Hemisphere heard about metaverse. Asia heard about metaverse. Africa doesn't know anything about metaverse, for example. Africa has, I would say, the youngest population ever in the world. And for these stuff, like I would say, for metaverse to grow and to be adopted, especially on the government side, it needs to be actually slowly. We need to have a drive to bring people into metaverse from young age, and not just basically just slap it on us. Oh, here is metaverse. Here's a digital world that you'll be living in, and that's the information that everyone is getting at the moment. That's my opinion. Sorry.
And I think this should be top of mind for various government officials to think about it early on. I have two more questions. I want to hear them. Go ahead, please. Yes.
Okay, I'm Peter Jones. I'm a contributor with Bankless DAO. I'd like to ask the panel about two things. First thing is community engagement, which was mentioned earlier as a question. Second one is community adoption. With community engagement, DAOs are fantastic at community engagement. If we're talking about smart cities in Holland or in Ukraine, I think a DAO is very, very good at engaging community. That's something that I think people should consider. I'd like to hear what the panel think. Second thing is a community adoption. If we're talking about the 14-year cycle, it's communities that decide to buy. So if the community likes the product and the community buys the product, that to me is what is important in terms of, you talked about education as well. You need to talk to the community about what this thing is going to do for them. I'd love to hear the panel's view. Thank you.
If you could please pass the mic. I think there's another question. Perfect. Thank you so much for your thoughts.
Oh, sorry. My question is, I asked one earlier, Michael Brady from Convex, Layer 1 blockchain network. My question is more on exclusion. So do you think the value proposition of a smart city where everything's interconnected could perversely could exclude societies? For example, I know in China, they exclude people from the social society if the government deems them not to do actions that are commensurate with their mandate. So do you think that having society becoming more interconnected could actually paradoxically make it more disconnected?
I think that this is something Adam will have a point of view from a philosophical perspective.
Well, certainly, inclusivity is everything in all the stuff that we're doing. For example, we have a new company called Meta Ventures. We're set up, just started on Monday, where we're opening venture capital up to the community, right? And I think these are all the kind of engagement operations that everybody working in metaverse, Web3, everything. I would say inclusivity is a function or a feature of Web3 itself. So everything we do with Web3 has to have that level of inclusivity. And to answer the other question about, what is the metaverse? I mean, the metaverse is a sandbox right now. It's for us to play around in and come up with the people who come up with the good ideas, or the people who will define what the metaverse is. I don't think it's going to be Mark Zuckerberg.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we're time. Not that I think I know, and there are red flags and alarms. Thank you so much, every panelist, each of you, for taking the time out of your busy schedules today. Thank you, Peter, for organizing the session. We're time. Are we breaking? We're
Sorry,
diving straight
excuse me.
into-
I'd just like to add, Liz Truss was appointed as the Prime Minister for the UK. And I think that's a very big, well, I'm talking from here. So, yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so we have a new Prime Minister who came into power just yesterday. And I think back in 2018, she was a big crypto advocate. She tweeted saying, look, we have to adopt this policy. So I think the way the future's going, I can see a bright future. And we just coming to point what Nassim was saying about governments and the government, in total, we need their support to help adopt this technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So who is the POC for the next session? Peter, I need your help here. Thank you, everybody. A big round of applause.
Actually, thank you again. Give another applause, the round of applause for moderator Bahar. Thank you. So we have last session, online session right now from Web3. Want to take it now or no? Okay.
Hello, everybody. Okay. Now, there is a parliamentary group that's been set up in Web3 and Metaverse. This group was started just before the summer recess, and they've got their first meeting on Monday. It's a parliamentary group. It's going to be exploring further information about Web3 and also Metaverse. Now, while Peter is out here on stage, I just want Thomas to stand up for a second. Thomas, stand up for a second. Stand up for a second. And the reason for this is a young lady that is a journalist from the group. Adoption of Web3 isn't anybody else's responsibility. It is our own responsibility. Thomas is one of the most super connectors in this group. The gentleman that talked about the Prime Minister. Stand up for a second. Stand up for a second. Yep. This guy has more than 30,000 connections on LinkedIn. And if you're on LinkedIn, some people only connect with a few. But this guy connected with the fastest 30,000 in the blockchain era. I know him personally. What I would say is, if you can, share the information on LinkedIn, speak to these guys. These are super connected. Parliament is listening to Web3 and the metaverse. We are getting BBC journalists turn up to our event. So don't give up hope. Just keep on doing what you're doing, irrespectively of what you think you're not getting the support on. Post it on LinkedIn. You will be picked up on it. Chris got in touch with me via LinkedIn. He's been with us a couple of events. He's come today. There's a lot of people in the community here. Keep doing what you're doing. We are picking you up, and we're running in a tidal.
Can you hear me, guys? Finally.
Okay, so let's go.
Guys, can guys, we're gonna start right now.
For the fantastic content, really inspiring stuff, particularly with focusing on world events in Ukraine and how real world innovation is essential to rebuilding more resilient and smarter communities. We've been talking a lot about data, privacy and security, engagement, incentivization, all with the goal of broader adoption. First, we want to thank the World Smart Cities Forum, Valentina, my brother from another, Mr. Jaewon Peter Chun, for assembling such an important session and such important topics. We have the honor of talking about smart finance and how blockchain-based Web3 financial systems and applications can make the world a better place. In this next hour and a half, we're going to answer questions such as, how do we bring citizens along the journey with us? How do we solve for barriers to adoption? How can city leaders leverage these solutions to maximize value to their cities and their citizens? We are going to start with intros, where we'll say our name, where we're headquartered, where we're calling from, and the one-liner on your company and what you do. I'll start. Elliot Chun. I'm typically headquartered in New York City. I happen to be calling from the Caribbean island of Aruba today. It also happens to be my birthday, and I couldn't imagine a more important place to be spending time with. And the one line on my company, Architect Partners, we are a Web3 dedicated M&A and strategic financing advisory team. There's 15 of us globally, and we've been at the front lines of crypto and blockchain since 2017. Pass it over to Gregory.
Hey everyone, thanks for organizing this. This is an incredible panel, and I think it's a very important topic. So just a little bit about me. I started about 10 years ago building decentralized open source solutions for people to communicate, collaborate, coordinate together. And about 4 years ago, we started Intercoin, this company here, basically to help use Web3 to allow the people on the ground to receive money from people around the world. You could think of it as, for example, if a university has alumni, they can help the students there on the ground. So I think it's really important for smart cities, and it's especially important for people who right now are perhaps either stateless or they're refugees and they need assistance. So rather than waiting for organizations to help them only, we can help people around the world to bypass that and give it directly to the people on the ground. That's what we're passionate about.
Excellent. Oleski.
Hi everyone, my name is Alex Babok. I'm co-founder of World Money and Unchained Fund. We have created a technology which helps to transfer transparently crypto to fiat, fiat to crypto for your daily expenses. So you just connect your centralized or decentralized wallet and pay for coffee for every day, like regular banking cards. Also, we have created a platform which helped us to create a crypto charity fund, Unchained Fund. We developed in 7 days our crypto charity card, which helps already 25 more above like 25,000 mothers and children in Ukraine. So that's what we are doing. Thanks a lot.
Excellent. That's also Rev is on Unchained as well, right? Rev, you want to intro yourself?
Yeah,
Sure.
he's my partner. Thanks. Rev, go ahead.
Great to see you all. Thank you so much for having me. Besides Unchained, which I'm also a founding partner at, it's a fantastic initiative that we managed to, connect a lot of folks from Web3 together for a public good to ultimately help Ukraine, and distributed, raised funds, which that, till this day, so around around $10 million, that we managed to raise within, I would say, roughly 9 weeks, including $2.5 million donation from Vitalik Buterin. Literally, as I'm presenting, there's a siren outside. I'm literally in the bomb shelter, by the way, in the Kyiv right now. We're hosting a hackathon here, which is another great initiative led by Unchained, as well as the other project I'm co-founder at, which is Atlantis World. We're building Web3 social metaverse by connecting Web3 applications, DAOs, NFTs, literally Web3 stack in a gaming environment, like 2D pixel world, where you can have social experiences, encrypted audio, video, text chats, as well as, questing that teaches you as a user, what is DeFi, what is DAO, like through MMORPG style game. Yeah.
Excellent. Ilya.
Hey guys, my name is Ilya Pashkov. I'm currently in California, based in California as well. I'm representing Alter Metaverse company. It's also a DAO. And my experience with helping Ukraine started immediately after the war started. We organized the organization called With Ukraine, and we moved around 2,000 people from the dangerous locations. The idea was to create a network of entrepreneurs around the world who can unite together and help moving people, saving them, and also send donations to Ukraine. So we organized some crypto donations. We sent around $500,000 in March. I'm also working on Metaverse and innovative technologies for the past 10 years. So Metaverse Web3 is the main passion lately for me. I'm mixing together the impact investment, impact foundations with Metaverse NFTs and Web3 experiences together. So pretty much people can, through regular experience, like playing the Find Your Own Play Your Own games or using some Metaverse things, create some impact for the world. That's very briefly what I'm focusing lately. And pleasure to see my friends here, my friends here on the panel as well. Hey, Gregory, and I'm looking forward to connecting with you guys.
Excellent. Orest.
Yeah, hey guys, thanks a lot for the invitation. I am the general counsel, and a core team member of 1inch Network. This is basically the DeFi, the DeFi, the Google for DeFi. So what we do, we are aggregating all the smart finance protocols, and it is the top spot, for the user to, exchange at the best rate on the market. Thanks.
And finally, Ivan.
Hey everyone, thanks for having me. Appreciate your invitation. I'm a partner at 3xCap. I started to invest in the crypto at the early stage in ICO since 2017. Right now, with the team, we are developing a mission-driven fund to support our country in these days. We focus on the blockchain infrastructure investments, but also we do invest in decentralized finance and metaverse. Currently, we are headquartered in Warsaw, in Poland, but I'm located in Lisbon. We have a road trip here with my partner, Taras. We will be soon in a near conference. Looking forward to meet you all there.
Excellent. And obviously, we have a esteemed panel here. Ivan, going to start the first question with you. You had mentioned, so on the panel now, we have DeFi, we have metaverse, we have payments, we have monetary engagement, we even have nonprofit use cases. And as you think about allocating capital into each of these areas, in your mind, what's the biggest problem from a smart finance perspective do you think that we need to solve today?
I think that there are several problems that we are trying to solve right now. The first one is accessibility of the financial instruments with low percentage in credits, loans for people, for small businesses. In these days, it's really important to support people in the need. So everyone who are suffering from war, they should have an access for the credits, because as you know, the unemployment rate has grown significantly in Ukraine, up to 30%. So people need that support right now. I think that the blockchain and the projects can solve this easily.
Yeah, and accessibility to financial tools and finance for individuals and small businesses is obviously a core tenet for, I think, almost all of us that are involved in crypto and blockchain as a core ethos. So when we think about Orest, you being the Google of DeFi, DeFi has the promise to many of being able to really facilitate more access to finance, financial tools for the people that need it most. How does 1inch think about solving for these particular issues?
Well, the DeFi is just not just like aggregators, obviously. Yeah, DeFi is a lot of things right now, and I'm sure that a lot and more coming. Yeah, so DeFi is a trading liquidity market like DEXs, IMMs, Uniswap, Balancer, Curve. So it's basically all trading venues, that help, possess a certain kind of liquidity that you as a user can reach, for different needs. There is money markets like banks that do a mutual borrowing pools like AVA and Compound. There is synthetics like non-collateralized foreign assets. So basically any private or public equity, for example, or debt could be collateralized and put online. So any user can have access to it. There is no limitation, on any market in DeFi. There is derivatives like opium, derivatives on options, insurance, different kind of financial instruments. And basically the last one, which exists at the moment, I think, is aggregators. So basically it's edX aggregators and yield aggregators. What 1inch is, when you aggregate all the available DeFi opportunities in one place. At the moment, for example, 1inch is only the most efficient for liquidity market aggregation, like for exchanges, for swaps, different chains and multiple chains, with P2P market, with limit order market, with direct access to the liquidity, to public-private liquidity. They also have PMMs, the most promisable financial institutions in the world integrated into the 1inch. So probably, the main idea of 1inch is to help, to you to save money. And if you want to save money, you better use 1inch. But the plan is obviously to aggregate all the available, DeFi protocols or smart finance products that are available globally. And the main idea I wanted to add, that's, for example, in case in this particular situation, on how it can influence the Ukraine, and help overcome the economic crisis, which is currently taking place in the Ukraine, is the regulation. The main point of DeFi is that it's not really regulated. It's not there is no framework for this to exist in the side by side with the government, with the legislation, so the people can use it. And the regulation is coming. The regulation is easy. It just the government probably should be willing to assess the risk and create sandboxes and give the chance for different kind of DeFi opportunities to bloom, to grow in the country. So it's maybe create more financial opportunities for Ukrainians, for example, if you're speaking on the post-economic crisis after the war. Yeah.
Yeah, and so 1inch is really at the center of building the critical infrastructure that's required, that we need in order to facilitate everyday DeFi use cases. And so things, and we'll go over to Rev and Alex momentarily to talk about Unchained, and to talk about actually what is happening and how you are helping people by leveraging the tenets of blockchain and DLT. But without a 1inch that is at the forefront of building the infrastructure that's required, a lot of these applications won't work the way that they need to. And so, we find ourselves in September of 2022, where everyone on this call is building various applications. They're all necessary and required because we're building a ship that's flying in the air currently, and we all need to be able to have each of these functioning components working. And so think of 1inch as the center of the engine room, and think of things like Unchained as the seats in which the passengers are sitting in. And so I'll pass it over to Rev and Alex to talk a little bit about how Unchained is working today.
Thanks for the question. Yeah, Unchained was formed on the first day after the war begins, and we had several programs, digital and non-digital programs, to help people, because in different periods of the war, different help is needed for the refugees and for army and so on. Right now we have focused it strictly on digital payments, because if there is a economist theory like universal basic income, which says that if anything happens like war or accident, natural, for example, and so on, the most suitable and the most fast help is giving directly money to the person, which can be spent to direct needs like medicine, like food, shelters, and so on. Because everything else like clothes, food, and etc. is hard to deliver fast. So we are focused on Unchained help cards as a primary product of Unchained, and where we're going to is to create a charity as a platform when the fund as a institution is not necessary at all. So you as a particular beneficiary and you as a particular donor, you can connect directly. You fund, for example, with crypto some amounts, and you can create a charity program, filter the necessary how to say piece of audience with exact criteria, and to transfer money in crypto directly to the personal wallet of this particular beneficiary, for example, mom from Mariupol with 2 and more kids and so on. And you see this particular payment to this person directly in blockchain. And this help exists without man in the middle, because money are transferred directly from your wallet to the wallet of the beneficiary. So this is our primary goal right now, to create such a platform.
And Alex, when you think about how many people are using this today and how much capital has been raised to this?
During the first 2 months, we have been the top 3 fund in Ukraine, which raised in crypto above $10 million. Overall, we tried to calculate how much people we gave help. It's like 300,000 people. It's difficult to calculate exactly, but we had more than 5,000 volunteers. We had 10,000 of different food packages and so on. 25,000 persons obtained our UBI help with Unchained Help Cards with direct payments. So our position was top 3 in Ukraine after national funds, and one of the oldest one.
That's fascinating. So the top one, the top 3 in total across all funds, and the top one that had a block that was driven or built on blockchain.
Yeah, the main thing which we tried to focus on was transparency, and we created a system when you see all orders and all the provided help. So you see the reports, you see photo reports, bills, you see transactions on our Google Drive, for example, if it's like offline purchase. We tried to create a system. It was a bit complex for volunteers to play this game, but anyway, now we are one of the most transparent funds in Ukraine, and I think in the world, because we provide reports on daily basis, and you see it not, for example, in the end of the year, like most of the funds do, and not just a line like 200 helmets and so on. Yeah, you see the each purchase with reports, with bills, and everything is available online.
That's fascinating. So to be clear, any individual with access to a wallet could send crypto today to Unchained Fund, and in return they receive real-time reporting on what their capital is being used for.
Yeah, exactly. We have created more than 13 or 14 smart contracts in different blockchains. So the donor can send money to any of supported protocols, as well as enter to our site, to our website, and open the statistics, the reports, to see each help which was provided to our beneficiaries.
And then as you think about other use cases, this could be applied to any almost disaster scenario.
Yeah, sure. Let's say if something will occur outside of Ukraine, for example, natural disaster, or no matters which one, yeah, and Chain will be able to provide UBI help to any region, as well as it builds on top of World Money infrastructure. We have already started Ukrainian market. Until the end of this year, we start European Union, European Economic Area. So any resident of Ukraine and European Union can obtain, issue our card and to obtain money. Yeah, and next year we will cover Asia, Africa, and MENA regions. So we can say that during next 2 years, Unchained Fund on top of Well technology will cover whole planet. And in any use case, if any disaster will happen, we'll have a platform to send directly money, and using blockchain, it will be very fast. So it's like minutes between the donation and money on card, on the wallet of a particular beneficiary.
Yeah, that's a powerful use case, and I can envision, 3 to 5 years from now, this would be the only way that money that goes to disaster type situations is transferred, given the viability and the verifiability and the transparency of the process. Going to stick with the payments use case and go over to Gregory here. Gregory, when you think about how Intercoin positions, where do you think the best use cases are for that Intercoin solves?
Well, first of all, I want to applaud what you guys have done, Alex, and that's absolutely incredible. Disintermediating, being able to have people directly give people money on the ground is very important. I mean, there's disasters also all over the world, the Haiti earthquake, a lot of things happening. And I think it's very important for us to be connected. Another big thing is having the internet brings us closer together, right? So we're having now stories come out of war zones, and stories come out of people affected and refugees. There's also internally displaced persons, that's basically people who move from city to city within a country. All of those people have their own stories. And I think it's important to understand how people are going to be helped. Now, having said that, also, I want to talk about the wider potential for we the people to connect using Web3 and new technology. Some might even say it's Web5. Jack Dorsey is building something that connects social and Web3. The thing is, I think crypto has so much potential, and it needs to break out from the geeky interfaces that we have with Etherscan, perhaps, or MetaMask even. It's nice, but people want to have something easy to use, something that integrates with their address book, something that is able to integrate with their life, their communities. Imagine if something like that existed that was, essentially all these initiatives interoperating with each other. If we're able to do that, then we're building all the pieces of the puzzle. So at Intercoin, we try to build the piece that helps communities form their own currency on the ground, and then try to get that currency adopted on the ground. So if you have local businesses, right now, the local businesses need the card. They need the banking system in order to accept things, in order to accept payments. They trust it. Visa and MasterCard have done the work. Everyone has these point of sale, things that you can swipe the card. That's really the big advantage that the fiat system has over the crypto system. If the crypto system had more adoption in terms of payments, I mean, internally, the same way that you pay in China, you pay with WeChat. You just come up, you have your QR code. For those people who ever paid in China, you just go ahead and pay. That happens within the system. It doesn't necessarily need the point of sale integration with the banking system. So if we get to that point and the businesses are participating, then you can tag each business as being, selling food, selling clothing, selling whatever. And when you send your money, you could see the statistics of how the people are spending money in that community. You could see what is being bought and prices and how your money is making a difference. That's how I see the future happening. But I think it's extremely important right now to have that card, the Unchained Fund, and have that card that you can actually use. at local businesses who may not be participating right now in this new revolution of payments. In order for payments to happen, it has to also be scalable. That's the other thing. It has to be secure, scalable, and open, right? So that's something that the industry is building. And I think once we get there, it might not be blockchain. It might be something more scalable, like, for example, Hedera Hashgraph, IOTA. There's lots of things coming up. But the point being, if it's scalable, businesses are going to start adopting it for payments. They're going to use that USDC or whatever's in the system without having to cash it out. They can pay their employees in it. So basically, long story short, if the businesses accept the payments, they can pay their own employees in these payments. And then the employees go to other businesses and spend the money. Suddenly, we, the people, can have power. And hopefully that will also starve resources from the, let's say, aggression and military conflicts in the world, and hopefully put the money in the hands of people who are using it to feed their children and feed their families.
And the tenets of that are also, I think, something that everyone in crypto and Web3 share, is a more efficient and open payment mechanism, right? But there's a lot of challenges to adopting something like that. As you think about, Gregory, from a city perspective, starting small and actually being able to point to communities who are able to use these and actually have data that show that there is improvements to what is happening today versus using these new systems. What is that biggest friction point for you and Intercoin, and how can you solve that for cities?
So we're talking about cities here, and this whole, we're all getting together talking about smart cities and smart economies. It might surprise some people to know that in the UK, for example, there's some cities that have their own currency already, Brighton pounds, Bristol pounds. Here in the United States, we have also, for example, lots of cities. We have the Berkshires. Massachusetts has Berkshires for many years. It's interesting because when you have your own money supply, you can control it. That's one piece of it. The other piece is the interface and the payments. I think the three kind of friction points that I've seen, the top three are, it's not user-friendly at the moment. Crypto is not very user-friendly. Even the address book, if I'm trying to pay somebody, I have to copy and paste their address, right? And then it creates my own little address book in there. Well, it would be nice to manage, the same way I manage people's emails. I should be able to manage their address book, their crypto address payments. The second thing is it doesn't scale. Blockchain is a technology that solves the double spend problem. It's, Bitcoin, the granddaddy of all the cryptocurrencies out there, used blockchain to solve it, but it does so in a very brute force way. And something about blockchain is very interesting is that the more people join the network as time goes on, the slower and more expensive it gets to use it. Transactions cost more and so on. So with adoption, there's some bottleneck, and that bottleneck is the block, the size of the block. If your transaction doesn't get into the block, it doesn't count. And so, the miner that is supposed to secure the block has to get every transaction in the world every 10 minutes. I'm talking about Bitcoin here. So new technologies, like we're working on Intercloud, which I can talk about later maybe. Intercloud is just one of many possible approaches that can scale beyond blockchain. So scalability is important because otherwise we can't have millions of people paying at the same time or voting at the same time or anything like that. And I think for real applications in communities around the world, we need that. So user friendliness, scalability. And the third one is simply to shift our mindset on Web3 from a peer-to-peer application like Uniswap. I'm swapping with one other person, or I'm swapping with a bot, or I'm swapping with a smart contract, or Aave lending marketplace where there's two people. Going from that to entire communities voting for something, having their own smart economy. Once we shift our thinking, having a contest to do something. Once we shift our thinking, we start helping each other in large communities composed of people. And I think that's the future. If we, the people, can self-organize ourselves into communities, issue our own currency, vote in our own elections, inform each other of what's going on in war zones, what's going on with people that need help. I think that is the future, because right now, like we've always relied on centralized systems, the post office, centralized governments. And we needed that because we didn't have computers, we didn't have Byzantine fault tolerant networks, but now we do. So I think building on top of that is the future. In the next 10 years, I hope the communities will think holistically in terms of the entire community, not just peer to peer making profit, but helping people create a better future together.
And it is a difference in the shift in thinking. And I think most of the tenets that you say, again, are shared by all of us. But, the problem with those that are watching today, we use a lot of lingo and we can't point to enough use cases like Unchained and say, oh, well, I can send somebody money to someone who needs it in Ukraine, and I can see that there's instant return, i.e. someone is benefiting from it and it's not going to some fund, some other organization, or it's not being used for something else, right? And I'll come back to you, Gregory, particularly around Intercoin, but thinking about for those that aren't in Web3 and for those that don't understand the scalability, the usability, and the change in the mindset. So give us an everyday use case that people would say, oh, well, I do that every day. And now you're just telling me that it's going to be better, more efficient. Cool. Like, show me a way to do that. We need more of those examples around the city use case to be able to say, oh, fantastic, I do that. And maybe it's not even, maybe they don't even know, citizens don't even know that they're actually using it, which could be the best part of it. I'm going to go to Ilya here. Ilya, you've been following the conversations on use cases and smart finance applications. How are you thinking about the Meta Hub and being able to bring some of these use cases to life?
Hey guys, yes, first of all, thanks everyone being here, and thank you for what you're doing, guys, because it's really, really great. Especially Unchained Fund was the main fund where we sent the crypto in March. I was very surprised. For all my experience working in tech pretty much all my life, I haven't seen such a united group of people around the world supporting each other from different perspective, and the amount of money that been transparent on the full trust between different people who don't even know each other pretty much. That's something that actually create the beauty of what is the nowadays tech is, what is the blockchain and decentralization are creating in this world, and having some sort of impact with whatever we guys doing. Because tech is also, like has this like damage inside always, the crypto that can, destroy the planet and do some other things, coming from the perspective of the impact that can, whatever we do in tech, can save somebody's life or help somebody, and also help somebody on the global scale as well. That's more than just awesome. I love it. We currently focusing on very interesting things, NFT related. And for us, NFT is not just like a regular token. It's not just art piece or something. We create an experience where we, actually what Gregory was referenced, and you guys already spoke about, merging the DeFi and payment systems with an NFT. So we currently on very interesting R&D stage where one of my partners, we merging the DEX and swap platform, creating a banking card that also connected to your crypto wallet, and NFTs that stored on that wallet, they acting as the discounts, benefits, or perks that can come from different brands, organizations, etc. So pretty much NFT could be a pass, NFT could be an ID, NFT could be an experience. It also could be, location-based 3D object or a game that could be applied in the metaverse. And also when you're storing this NFT on the wallet, you can participate in any donation or helping somebody, or be a part of some specific event related to that, or open very new, beautiful experience. So that's.
So you mentioned, you said, you said merge payments and DeFi and have an NFT be able to represent the combination of the two. Is that right? So,
very close to it. So we're all using miles on the credit cards, right? So you're pretty much creating some points while you're buying something or while you're traveling, and that you can spend those miles later, as a regular payment system. So with an NFT, you can have additional discounts or additional ways how you can use it. So let's say I store this NFT on my wallet as a token, but I also get a discount for some specific goods or services, or I can get a free access to any event, or have just like a unique experience that a specific NFT can provide.
So if we were to bring it to the Unchained use case, and somebody in the audience was able to send crypto to those in need, would the NFT then represent that me as a donor participated in this particular process, and therefore maybe if there's a benefit concert that happened, I would be able to have the NFT validate my ability to access that event?
Exactly. So imagine you having a credit card that connected to your crypto wallet. So first of all, you can spend the crypto that you accepting as a donation in a very easy way. When the Gregory mentioned that you can pay in a store, or like the way how you use credit card. But imagine that you receive the refugee NFT, or I don't know, let's say Save Ukraine NFT. And when you store that NFT on the wallet, you can get access to free events related to that, and maybe buy some specific goods or services with a discount, or maybe for free while you store this NFT on the wallet. So it's going to generate a special QR code for you where you can enter the events, or can apply directly to the transaction as a discount. They're going to be applied to work through the credit card pretty much.
So you're talking a lot about something that is so key to broader adoption, which is incentivization.
And that's exactly what we're doing. Yeah. So kind of like to build perfect user interface. I'm coming from the design space myself. So for me, to finding the usage and finding the great experience for any product is the most important thing, I guess, to make users get the benefits, enjoy the user experience, and have fun, but also, be very useful. That's something that we work on.
Yeah, and that is, so the usability part. So one, incentivization is so important, and that's one of the core tenets of Web3 engagement and incentivization / monetization. But two, Gregory, you talked about usability. Ilya, you talked about usability. When we talk about the payments use case, we got to wrap up in 5. So we talk about the payments use case. We mentioned credit cards. Do we see the view of credit cards Web3 leveraging credit cards and building on top of the existing infrastructure as step one, or we try to replace where credit cards?
So I feel like it's also the moment of transformation, right? Because we have this current system that that people got used to using, right, all on everyday basis. So we're trying to apply all the new innovative technologies to something what exists right now. I like more Apple Pay reference, because it's way more easy. You have all the devices that connected to your wallet, and you can have all the reporting, additional functionality that come in from the application pretty much. Credit card is just like a simple reference, but if you have your iPhone, right, you can have the same pretty much interaction as you do with credit card through NFC.
Yeah, we only have 4 minutes. We're going to go around the horn answering 2 questions each, and we'll try to do this in 3 minutes. The 2 questions are, again, since we have a focus on smart cities today, if you had the opportunity to talk to a city leader, how can they maximize value by using your solution? And then the second is, what year do we expect critical mass to move from Web 2 into Web 3? Rev, we'll start with you.
Sure, I think the general promise of the blockchain is making things, secure, fast, and transparent, right? And obviously there's the scalability part, which we also talked about today. I think by using in the on-chain example, the product that we built, it helps you to sort of become a stakeholder in the ecosystem where you actually have the power, you have a choice, and you have the understanding of how your dollar is getting used, right? When it gets donated. At this stage, moving forward, would love to actually give our donors the choice for them to choose. Okay, I want to donate $1 to this mother or this kid of that age or that region. And I think that I don't actually believe like blockchain adoption will happen by X or Y a year. I think it's like this is something I see like as a mistake a lot of startups make. Sort of this thinking of you'll build and they will come. I don't think anyone will come until we actually build what Ilya also mentioned, a great user experience for like onboarding user experience for the next millions of users. We always talk about the billions of users, but I think even getting, the couple of millions into crypto, additional users will make the difference. And I think there's, use cases of, charity, like charity tech, DeFi, bringing DeFi to masses, decentralized autonomous organizations, like building communities around the, meaningful products are going to get us there. But I think that getting like builders together, united, and experimenting with new ways of introducing, this Web3 native use cases, Web3 native user experiences, while actually saving, Web3 part, not abstracting too much, but still, I think that's important that users actually don't just, sign up with their email, but they actually get to know the tech behind it, even a little bit, because it's important. Yeah.
Yep. Thanks, Rev. Ivan?
Yeah, I'm here. I was thinking about our government and how we can fight the corruption right now. We can see all the transactions in the blockchain. It gives us a lot of insights, a lot of information for people. And of course, decentralized autonomous organizations will solve the decision-making problem right now that we have, because we can create the petition, we can offer something, but we couldn't make any decisions yet. I think it's the future. And what we are doing, actually, we are putting the foundation for this future. In my point of view, it's impossible to predict when it will come. But definitely in the next decade or next 2 decades, we will see this new era, new digital era of more decentralized, more transparent future that all of us are fighting for.
Excellent. 30 seconds each. Orest?
Yeah, just quick one. To answer your question is that the question would be like if or the statement, if you want to create, or give access to your citizens to the best, most efficient payments, lending, borrowing, all type of financial asset, traditional instrument, access, create an environment, for that, for different type of DeFi protocols, such as OneInch. Yeah.
Ilya?
Yes, exactly. I think like they really agree what you guys saying, and like I feel like the utilization part is very important. So pretty much if we can move, and we are working on very innovative field here. So more utilized products we can create, and better environment we can create around. More people can join it, and of course, of course, the future is going to be there pretty much soon. So I think we're all doing pretty great job, guys, and happy to be here with you.
Gregory?
I think that cities can have the control and the power to issue their own money supply. I think, honestly, if you want to solve problems, social problems of poverty and everything, the banking system is set up to help those that have a lot of money. And if you don't have a lot of money, it kind of kicks you when you're down, bigger interest rates, you can't get a loan, etc. But if you want to do that, you have to have your own money supply. It can't be issued by the banks only. If the cities issue their own money supply, they can get things done. Otherwise, they could go bankrupt like Detroit and having to pay back a lot of creditors. So I think cities can take the power into their own hands. And if they do the work and get the businesses to accept their own local currency, they can affect change in their own city.
Alex.
Yeah, we together with Ref already said about Unchained Fund, so I will say a couple words about Wealth. So what we're doing right now, we are helping with this transition period because as Gregor and Elias said, all the modern infrastructure is built on top on MasterCard and Visa infrastructure, yeah? And we cannot pay in a coffee shop with a crypto right now. So Wealth helps with this transition period. And also we help to countries with developing economies to secure their money because devaluation of local currencies is extremely high in most of the countries. So converting local currency to crypto helps you to secure your money and to help you to raise even more. And talking about the period when cryptocurrency will be everywhere, we have now already the critical mass of average 5% overall of the planet. So we're in some countries it's like 10, 13%, somewhere 3-4% of adoption. But I think crypto will cover the whole planet as an instrument, financial instrument, not like some I don't know. So I think it will be like next 5 or maybe 10 years, no more.
Yep, and my impassioned plea to every city leader is everybody that has spoken at this conference, we exhibit a passion and a vision based upon the ethos of the technology that we are working with, and we need use cases for cities and citizens to participate. And there is a number every single part of a day. Somebody in our industry is innovating on it and trying to improve the lives of the people that use it. And we need more support from governments and city leaders to be able to implement these solutions because this is the way forward. And I believe that by 2030, everybody will be using blockchain, crypto type technology solutions. They may not know it, but everyone will be using it in everything that they do. And so that's 8 years. And between now and then, we really need the help of cities leaders to adopt these technologies because these will improve the lives of every citizen that use them. So again, thank you to the World Smart Cities Forum, to Jaewon, Peter Chun, and Valentina. We appreciate the time today. Thanks everyone at Level 39. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you very much, all. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Слава Україні.
Героям слава.
Героям слава.
Okay, so we can just go ahead networking session. Outside we have pizza. Sorry. What is it?
One emergency, announcement.
Okay.
Maria.
Yeah,
Or just a couple of minutes for
Yeah,
everybody.